guard dog's gone. The fence is snapped.
Gotta set up my all my shit here.
The farmer's house, a fox's den. No hens were safe, not even then. The rooster tried to sound the call, but they locked him up inside the stall. No news, no truth, just fear and lies, while foxes dead beneath the sky.
I'm going to the end. Hold on. So I gotta do this shit real quick. Let's see. Edit.
Drank their fill while hens grew weaker, cold and still. Some fought back, but all alone against the fox's powers grown. Now the foxes run the hen house. The farm is up in flames. The sky turns red, the land goes dark, but they still play their games. They took the eggs, they stole the grain.
Look at people flying, dropping out. Where do you guys go? Yeah, we're fucking there. All right, farm is good. All right, updated it. What's this thing here? Oh wow, it's green screen. That's green screen. They added green screen. Oh wow. Got green screen now. I have a green screen now, dude. They added green screen. This is new. Welcome. I was gonna stream 24 hours live, but the stream only saves after 12 hours, so I've redone it. Yeah, there's a special election happening April 1st, and we need to all go out for it. So look at that, Elon Musk taking a chainsaw. It's kind of cool. They added green screen to the back of the video. It's really shitty, that music now. Move the trash. Move the trash. Move the trash. Move the trash. Oh my god. The old sumo stuff is really good. What's up, Crypto? What's going on, Crypto? So I'm gonna be read the description. I'm gonna be I don't know if you realize, but read the description, tells you about it. How you guys doing? What's going on? It's like fuck Trump, move to Japan. Yeah, I love the fact that they got buy that bot. Who bought the bot? Did someone buy the bot? So so this is the mosh pit. Welcome to the mosh pit, right? You're the people. We the people. This is some Trump Antichrist movement, right? Trump is the Antichrist. The world is blind. They praise his name, they kneel in time. That's you guys with the MAGA. You guys are worshiping the Antichrist. Where's the truck? Where's the truck?
a neon glow. A golden
Snot,
throne,
snot
the
by
devil's
snot.
toe. The lamb is not, the world obeys. The lines are drawn, the judgment stays. And when they see the final lie, too late to run, too late to hide. The beast is here, the prophet reigns. Hell breaks loose, but God remains.
Wants a ride? You call an Uber. I don't know what that is, man. Are you a MAGA supporter? Let me see what. Let's go. Oh, car over there, car over there. Look, 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 look. Straight ahead, straight ahead. They're fighting. You see that over there? On the. I only have 76 bullets. Doss is wait. Are we gonna push over there? I've got. We can climb up there. I've got bubbles. We can go right up in there, and we'll get on the car. We'll just fucking do it. Hold on. I'll get on and bubble it. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. Let's go. When you get up, I'm gonna bubble it. Just don't knock us. They're up top, on top of that hill, dude. What are you doing? You don't even fucking know. Up straight ahead up on that hill. You got to go up around.
I thought they were on the left.
No, they're up on the fucking hill. Let's do it.
Shit, he got it. Here. Oh my god. What? Where was that guy?
My brother down. Why you guys fuck up so bad? Why you guys fuck up? This way you don't drive, Doss. This way you don't drive. You don't drive. This way you don't drive. Her fucking brother died? Fucking died on this shit? Ah, I missed him. Fuck, dude. Who threw the fucking shit down, dude? Who threw the fucking brother threw the shit down? God damn it, you should be fucking dead. Oh, that's you, Data Boy. I thought that was a fucking enemy, dude. Get out here and shoot him. Get out here and shoot him. Get out and shoot yourself. I'm hurt, dude. Nice. Get your card. I'm like one shot. Another footsteps on me. Another footsteps on me, Data Boy. I'm just gonna get them up. I'm gonna get both up. Try to stay alive.
They're running right back to the right there. That guy right there.
Let's go.
Right where you got to run back. You got a back. You get the car. I think you got the car.
They said you know, they said you see. The love of power made you believe. Too late to fight.
There's a shotgun if you want it. You want a shotgun?
He's gonna go for a reboot.
All right, let's go. Where is it? Let's go. Brother's not coming. 3, 2, 1. All right. Probably going over here for a reboot. I would.
Yeah.
Round 2. Look, round 2. Fucking kill these fuckers again.
3. He got 3 out. He got all 3 of them.
All 3 of them up, like we did. All right, get out here. I'm on the roof. Get out.
Yeah, but I need to get in. There's no
The
cover.
court
There's no
stood
cover.
silent. Watchdogs.
Oh, they're running. They're running. They're running. They're running. They're running.
A golden
Yeah, you
tower rose from
Shot on the
hell.
roof for 100. One shot on the roof.
He spoke.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Poison vow.
Come on.
And the people cheer. Just look at them now. The flag still waves, but it don't mean a thing.
It's a turkey shoot, dude.
While the traitors sing, they lit the torch, but it won't burn.
Right here. They're right here.
It's just a beacon for the
One in there.
end of the light. Bow to
Where's the-
the king, he's crowned in ash.
Go get a new truck. Get a new truck. Get a new truck. We're out of. We're out of.
Hands and a tyrant's
Let's
wrath.
go. Let's go.
Truth is a
Where you
ghost.
going?
I'm just. Well, I'm looking for them. They're in there. They're in that building, right?
Remains is the chains on your mind. The walls came down, the laws erased. The voice of dissent, just a
Who was in that
hollowed-out
building there?
face.
I don't know where they
They
went.
traded their souls for a
There was-
kingdom
there was,
of lies, and now they march with fire
No, I guess
in
not.
their eyes. The past is dead, but it whispers still. Names on a
Wait,
list,
oh my God.
graves
Let's
on
go get the. I guess get the fucking. Let's get the thing there.
nation betrayed.
Mother's still
by
fighting
a
them.
promise of gold. A throne built high on the backs of the old. Bow to the king, he's crowned in ash. With gold-stained hands and a tyrant's wrath. Truth is a ghost, and justice is blind. All that remains is the chains on your mind.
What? They're running around
It could
for.
never happen here. They laughed, they cheered,
Come back
they
around.
drowned in fear. Now the streets are empty,
They're up on a hill,
walls
too.
are red, and the king still feasts while the land lies dead.
Hit the guy up on the hill. There's a guy up there too.
Bow to the king,
You good?
he's crowned in ash.
I'm gonna take high ground. I'm gonna take high ground over there. Stop. You guys are pushing in.
No one to save. Welcome, my friends, to the land of the brave. And the people cheer.
Getting a bullet.
Just look at them now.
4K rules. What is that? Where's the other ones? The rest didn't die. Oh, shooting over
The
there.
court stood silent, the watchdogs fell. A golden tower rose from hell.
Dude.
He spoke in whispers, a poison vow, and the people cheered. Just look at them now. The flag still waves, but it don't mean a thing. The eagle
There he is.
waits while the traitors sing. They lit the torch, but it won't burn bright. It's just a beacon for the end of the light. Bow to the king, he's crowned in ash, with gold-stained hands and a tyrant's wrath. Truth is a ghost and justice is blind. All that remains is the chains on your mind, your mind. The voice of dissent, just
Got him.
a hollowed out face.
I got him.
They traded their souls
You guys good?
for a kingdom
That
of
should be right
lies.
there.
Now they march with fire in
Killed
their
one.
eyes.
Just chasing it.
The
All right, I'm gonna get up on hill, back you up.
Watch out, they're putting in here.
but it whispers still. Names on
See on the roof? See on the roof?
Yeah.
graves on a hill. A nation betrayed by a promise of gold. A throne built
Hit 'em.
high on the backs of the old. Bow to the king, he's crowned in ash. With
God damn it!
You said it's right on you.
Dude, they fight both of them. They're white.
Truth is a ghost and justice is blind. All that remains is
That one's hurt. Yeah, that one there.
on your mind, the mind. They said it could never happen here.
Nice.
They laughed, they cheered, they drowned in fear. Now the streets are empty, the walls are red.
I gotta go get Tommy. Okay. Okay. He took.
Story fades with the sound of the light.
All right. It's kind of cool. There's now a green screen. All right. What's up, movers? So, there's a special election. I like that they added green screen. They didn't add, this is brand new. Green screen. No, they added just a green screen. You gotta start a poll. All right. All right, take the poll. All right. Welcome to Move to Japan. I'm Unbound. Tired. I'm on a marathon stream, but I have to restart it every 12 hours. Did you know that on YouTube that you can only do 720 minutes of YouTube, right? And it won't save. So I am going live every, restarting every live. This is the first one. There's a special election in Florida on April 1st. No one knows about it. Special election. So we're going to be, organizing, mobilizing, getting people out to vote, right? Pensacola. This is the first chance. This election is so fucking important. Matt Gaetz, right? Election. Anyone know who Matt Gaetz is? He's that pedo, right? Pedo Matt Gaetz. Okay. Oh, that's my son. I'm moderator. Stand a moderator. He's a pedo, and his seat's up. So imagine if, let's just dream. Okay, we have 1 month, right? All the Republicans aren't going to come out, right? They don't care. They're upset. You know, their eggs are fucking expensive. Their groceries are expensive. Fuck Trump. Trump's been letting them down. They're all upset with Trump. Everything, the cost is up, right? Okay? It's our opportunity to send a message to Congress, right? Go gay for Congress. You like it? Go gay for Congress. Go gay for Congress, right? Gayforcongress.com, right? Gay for Congress. That's the person running for Congress. Gay for Congress. So I'm live streaming here in Japan. I want folks. We got folks who can call folks in Pensacola, volunteer, go to join up, sign up. Let's go gay for Congress. How are y'all doing? Hope you're doing good. What's up, Truth Officer? Dude hasn't changed the shirt in 5 days. That's right. I love this shirt, dude. I'm stinky too. Woo! I'm ripe. I'm stinky. Truth. I'm stinky. What do you mean? Still the Fuber. You're still the Führer. You're right. Trump is the Führer. He's the wannabe Führer, right? He's a wannabe. He's trying. Trump is trying. Truth Officer. Trump is trying. At least you're truthful, dude. At least you're speaking truth, right? That's what I like about you, Truth. Yeah, I'm driving to Japan, buddy. Look, I'm even practicing. Look, I want to show you. I'm practicing. Look, I'm going to practice. You know, in Japan, in Davidson, they drive on the left, so I'm just going to pretend I'm in Japan and drive on the left, all right? Oh, shit, look, there's a car coming at me. Look, thank God they're driving on the left. Look at that. Look at that, Davidson. What's up, clown? Welcome to the Move to Japan show, right? I'm going to be streaming continuously every 72 hours live. Now, obviously that's not true, right? Truth, because I got one. She gave me 2 boys. So that ain't happening, is it? Welcome to Japan, the Move to Japan show. I'm Undoubted. I'm the atheist monk, Undoubted, depicted on the Mind Codex right here. This is me. This is Bitcoin. This is programmable blockchains. This is AI. Look, here's your Donnie. Here's your Donnie right there. Fight, fight, fight. He's got the American flag. There's Donnie Trump right there. There's the pedo POTUS. There's the grifting POTUS. There's the graping POTUS, right? All three, right? He's the Trinity, Antichrist with his, and here is, look, there right there is his false prophet, right? Elon Musk, technology, magic, you know, so the two of them on the Mayan Codex. So, fuck Trump, move to Japan. Fuck Trump, move to Japan. Get your passport, folks. If you don't have your passport, you want to get your passport. Get your passport. It's going to take longer and longer and longer to get your passport, right? So don't wait around. Get your passport. Imagine it's 1933. It's 1933 Nazi Germany all over again. History rhymes. It's rhyming. We got Nazi Germany all over again. You got the American Nazi Party, which is MAGA, right? Now that's not my name for MAGA. Listen, I don't think you maggots are Nazis. I really don't. You're fascists, but you're not Nazis. However, you have to realize that J.D. Vance, your vice president, calls you MAGA, the Nazis party. You understand that? J.D. Vance, your vice president, thinks of you guys as the Nazi party. How crazy is that? Hey, Angel, how you doing? Listen, Angel, what's up? Derek's back. I'm back. So it turns out on YouTube, you can only go 720 hours. I was like 738, so I restarted. We're just going to restart the stream every 700, so we have a history. Otherwise, it won't save to YouTube. So every 700, whoa, holy cow. It was about a car wreck there. Guy just pulls out. The car's coming in. This guy just pulls out right in front of a fucking car. And the woman's like, what the fuck on there? Japanese. So, J.D. Vance refers to you, maggots, as the American Nazi Party. That is your vice president. How crazy is that? That your vice president thinks of you guys as a Nazis. Maybe because you are, right? You are supporting a fascist, but you don't know what a fascist is. That's why J.D. Vance called Trump the American Hitler. Now, if J.D. Vance calls Trump the American Hitler, then he's calling MAGA the American Nazi Party. What do you think of that? That wasn't, James. No. It's your vice president, buddy. Your vice president. Now, James, I know you're pretty dumb. James is dumb. He doesn't know what the transitive property is, right? The transitive property in mathematics, right? So, if Hitler equals Nazi Party, right? And J.D. Vance says Trump equals American Hitler, then, right, this is the beautiful thing about math, then, right, MAGA equals U.S. Nazi Party. God, you gotta love mathematics, right? It's called the transitive property. Look, you've learned something, transitive property. You guys are so fucking dumb, right? Why do you support the American Nazi? Can you explain to me why you backing? This guy is a piece of shit. And here's a good chance. Vance woke up. Now he's not woke. What does that mean? Does that mean what? He brainwashed? Vance woke up and now he's not woke. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. But regardless, he can't take it back. He can't take it back. He saw, right, truth. Oh man, there's a fucking house for sale there. We should check it out sometime. Out there. So there's a special election, folks. How's it going? Oh, Vet, did you get a sleep? Hey, Vet, did you get a nap in? Did you get a nap in? You ready for round two? That's an oxymoron. Yeah, it's an oxymoron. I love that. We got James the oxymoron in here, right? Okay. Where's my son? This is my son's high school. My son's high school. There's my son. Where is he? Let me message him real quick. Oops, I didn't mean to turn on my green screen. I could put the, Musk. I should see what this looks like with Musk, and I'm curious. Look, I got Trump and Musk behind me. That's too funny, dude. I got the boys. Got the boys behind me. Where my son is. Fukui Sakura Marathon. 5:3:30 run start. Huh. The Fukui Sakura Marathon starts on March 30th. Hold on, I'll be right back. This man knows math so good, yet can't put two dots together that Trump was already president and all was good. Says Philip with all caps, dude. Don't be shouting at me. Isaac, War Gamer. I thought you said school. I was like, fuck, maybe you meant there.
I said it on the...
I know you did. I know. I get it. There's a lot of predators. I don't want them. We gotta have code. I saw it. I thought you did. And then I was like looking for you here. You did. Now I want to shout it. Yes, you are shouting. You are shouting. All caps is shouting. You may get a timeout for that. Hey, we got a lot of people that maybe don't like shouting. Lower your voice. Don't need to shout. You're probably old, are you? You're probably like 60 years old. You don't know, 70 years old. You don't know all caps is shouting. You're trying to get your point out there. Right? Pissed off? We ain't deaf. We can hear you. What do you want to do for food? You want to get lunch or something? Huh? You want to do some convenience store? What do you want to eat?
Or McDonald's.
No, we had mac yesterday. I'm not getting more mac, dude. I'm not eating that shit food. I've got plenty of food at home. I'll just make you chicken or something. I love food.
That sounds...
Yeah, I've got that. I've got more bread. I can make it. I can make a chicken like a chicken provolone sandwich, like yesterday, but with chicken.
Yeah.
Right? How's your test?
Not good.
No.
No.
Uh-oh. You didn't study enough.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Crazy.
No, you weren't. You were playing games and stuff up till 2 a.m.
When?
What do you mean when? When I told you don't be staying up till 2 a.m. when? During the holidays, you should have been studying. You're like, oh, I'm smart. I'm the highest English score I'm the number 2 English in Fukui High School. Oh, I don't need to study, right? Right? On there. So don't forget to appreciate the subscription, the like. By the way, you're the we the people. This is the mosh pit. Come in, step in here if you got courage, right? you'll get slapped down by one pissed off vet. By one pissed off vet. He does a lot of beating down, a lot of bloody noses in there. He doesn't, you know, if you can try to troll with the vet, you know, one pissed off vet. Yeah, you want to stay out that meth. You got the tweakers. Well, you're all tweakers. You're all tweaking on Trump. You're all freaking trumping meth heads, right? Trumplets, Trumpers, tweakers. Dude, all right. Put him on timeout. Put him out. I don't even want to read that. He's fucking shouting like that. Put that guy on timeout. Filippo, we told you, dude. No screaming in here. You're hurting my ears. You're screaming so loud. I can't even stare at that shit. I got a red light. I can do you myself. There's a 5-minute timeout for you fucking yelling in here. No yelling. Don't need to yell. Don't need to yell. You're right. If you want to be green, you pay 99 cents to get yourself a green. Don't need to yell. Right? I got Trump. Right? As cheap as I can make it, 99 cents. Then you get to spam a little. Not too much. All that. Right. You got the smackdown from Move to Japan, dude. Boom. Just fucking elbowed you in the face of the front. You came in there acting like all loud and shit. You just got an elbow in the face, dude. You got out of the mosh pit for 5 minutes. You're sitting there cradling your bloody nose and your black eye like, oh, the fuck, dude. You just got elbowed the shit out of here. Dude, you know, there's... You know, we don't mind you talking shit. We don't mind you being funny. We don't mind your hominin attacks. We don't mind all that stuff. All right? But just respect the rules. Don't be screaming, which is all caps. And don't be spamming, which is saying things over and over and over. Simple rules. Get in there. If you want to, you know, but if you feel like you're not, you know, but most of you little pussyfoots come in there and talk your shit. You know? They can't follow rules. I mean, look at who they idolize. They idolize a graping, pedo, grifting POTUS. Right? It's the pedo, grifting, graping POTUS. Pedo, grifting, graping POTUS. Pedo, graping, the pedo, graping, grifting POTUS. Right? He's all three. It's like, I mean, talk about a guy that has all the three. But I want to do a shout out. There's a chance, I mean, you know, folks, there's the first special election. This is so exciting. You know, if Gaetz, if this guy doesn't win by 30 points, dude, it's over, right? Matt Gaetz won by about 20, 30 points in Pensacola. Pensacola, let me tell you about Pensacola. There is lots of vets, lots of people, you know, people getting, you know, stuff. I was calling today, telling folks to get out to vote, get out in the special election, because Republicans aren't going to get out. They're pissed off at Trump. It's our chance to turn a red state in Florida blue. Pensacola blue. Can you imagine Pensacola blue? Golly. Yeah, it's hey man, y'all have inner cities, but absolutely don't have the majority of town, rurals and counties. That's not true anymore, Brandon. Brandon, you need to go see the rural town halls, Brandon. Yeah, you're right. But it's not you guys anymore. No, it's not you guys. It's patriots. It's patriots against fascists, right? There's no more parties. This room right here, we're patriots. You guys are fascists. The tweakers are the fascists. You guys are fascists. You're not GOP, you're not Republican. We're not Democrat. We're we the people, fighting for our democracy. You are the fascists trying to steal it away, Brandon. Right? Right? You are the Nazi party. We are the American party. We are the Americans, we the people. We believe in a constitution. You don't believe in a constitution, Brandon, do you? You don't believe in a constitution. You don't believe in democracy and a republic. You don't believe in 3 co-equal branches where the legislative branch is the most powerful. You don't believe in that. You are a fucking fascist, Brandon. All right, here you go. Come dance. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how fucking, how American you are. You wear the American flag. You don't even know what the American flag means. You have absolutely no idea. Right? Your idea of an American flag is stick a fucking felon on it. Your idea of American flag is stick a fucking pedo on it. Your idea of an American flag is stick a fucking grifter on it. Right? You're not American. You're a cult member. It's different, Brandon. Right? Wake up, dude. You are literally one step removed from the gutter. I couldn't end that. You are a MAGA. What was Brad Pitt. I love Brad. They love Brad Pitt. You are Nazi. You know what we do with Nazis? You can take that red hat off. You can hide, but you'll always be a Nazi. And you know what we do with Nazis? Put a mark on you. So you always remember you are a fucking Nazi. You ain't American. Brandon, you ain't American. You believe in a fucking king. You believe, right, in in basically giving away everything we fought for. 17 to our ancestors. The founding fathers are fucking puking over fucking Trump right now. Right? Desecrating. You're the type of guy, Brandon, that puts on diapers that has golden diapers, says real men wear diapers, right? Do you have the real men wear diapers, Brandon? Are you one of those proud real men wear diapers guys? Oh, I know. Wait. You're one of those proud, ladies, don't worry, I'll protect you whether you like it or not type of guys, right? Right? You're one of those guys. One of those raping, right, kidnapping sort of guys. Oh, wait. I know what type of guy you are, Brandon. You're the type of guy that's in bed with our greatest enemy, Putin. You love Putin, don't you? You love Putin. You're one of those Putin lovers. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Look, did Brandon leave the dance floor? Where's Brandon? Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah. So, you don't believe in service. You don't believe in the Second World War. You don't believe in all the fucking Cold War. We fought the fucking Russians in the Cold War. You don't know about the Cold. Do you know about the Cold War? You don't know about the Cold War. Who did we fight in the Cold War? We fight fucking Russians. Putin's a Russian. So now you're going to sequester to the enemy? Michael J. Trout. Oh, you were able to look at my LinkedIn profile. You like to live in Japan? Oh, you think? Fucking calling me out? You were able to go to my fucking YouTube page, click on LinkedIn, go to my fucking profile and go, Michael J. Trout. Oh, I'm a clever bot. Oh, that was hard. Was that hard? Was that hard if you find who I am? Given I have a fucking link to my LinkedIn profile. I have a link to my my Facebook profile. That I used to work for USA. Yeah, dude. But you know what? USA did more for our country than anything you've ever fucking done for our country. You know? Notice how they ignore U.S. Code 700 flag etiquette? Yeah, they're a piece of shit, dude. They're Nazis. These are maggots. Maggots. You know? They wear diapers. They think real men wear diapers. Exactly. Hiding in the enemy's land. Pearl Harbor, Brossie, never forget. Right? Dude, you put tasks. Fucking Russian media live streaming from the Oval Office. Live streaming from the Oval Office. You know, you guys are so funny, man. So funny. All right, I gotta make. All right, let's get some. I gotta make a little dinner. I have the lean chicken. You want the lean chicken? You want the fatty chicken or you want the lean chicken? This one. Right. Tommy, you want the lean chicken? Where is it? It's chicken. Yeah. I got it because I thought you'd like it. And you want the flavor I made the other day? Yeah. All right. Look, I'm a beta man. Don't hate me for being a beta man. I like to cook. I like to take care of my wife, right? I like to do whatever my family needs, right? I like go with the flow, right? Yeah, I'm a Tim. I love Tim, right? Whatever his last name, Tampon Tim. I love Tampon Tim, dude. Good guy, right? I'm proud to be in league with Tampon Tim, right? Yeah, I'm married. There's my 18-year-old. There's soon to be 18-year-old right there, right? He is the he's number 2 in the state for his English level. I'm a crybaby who ran away from Japan. No, I'm just fucking. Oh, that's 20 years ago. Didn't run away. I followed a dream, right? You think I ran away to Japan? Hell no. I had a dream. I married a beautiful Japanese woman. I had 2 amazing boys. And guess what? The dream came true. Look at who put you in a timeout. Hey, that's a lot of spamming there. Crybaby, crybaby, crybaby. We don't do spamming here. Right? You can talk shit to me. Right? You can come in the mosh pit. You can try to troll me, whatever, make fun of me being a beta, right? Because I know what you guys really want. This is what you want. Oh, the pouty look. Is that what you want? The pouty look. We got that Pence look. Oh, yeah. There you go. Get y'all excited. All you closet homosexual. Oh my God. You guys are so gay. It's all good. I don't care. I don't have any problem. Brandon, love that. Have fun hating Trump, and whatever it is you do, we'll tap in the morning This is played out. See you, Brandon. Thanks for stopping by. This is played out. Do you have nothing better to do than argue with strangers online? I'm not arguing, right? I'm enamored by your ignorance, right? I'm enamored. Atrocity, autocracy. What are you saying, Scott? What's autocracy? Autocracy. You guys worship. I'm not arguing. I'm pointing out how ridiculous you guys are, right? I'm there. Okay. All right. Let's cut some peppers in here. I got red pepper. All right. I love to cook. Degenerates. You're here. You're here. Your excuse? All right, put this here. When you open a pepper, right? You grab all the seeds, like this here. You grab all the seeds. You throw them in the garden. Maybe they'll grow, maybe they won't. But I tell you what, if you don't throw them in the garden, they're definitely not going to grow. All right? I need to sharpen my knife. You want to turn the heat on, like Tommy? It's fucking cold in here. Well, what did he do? Oh, Crybaby's back. Crybaby. I put him out for 30 minutes. I guess he wants an hour. Crybaby. Crybaby came back. Oh my God, he's butthurt. Oh, he's butthurt. Look at these people. They can't fight. All they can do is stand in the mosh pit and go, ah, Crybaby, Crybaby. Look at these guys. Oh my God. Oh, see you in 24 hours. Oh my God. Gotta bring them out. Keep bringing them in. Hope I can ban them all. You know, when you can't come in and fucking just can't troll, right? If you can't fucking troll, and you do all this talk, and you act all this big, and you can't come in down the mosh pit and hang and troll, right? Because I take away your beta man and your Tim Waltz joke and shit like that, and I expose your homosexuality by giving you what you want, what you're here for, right? I mean, you're just, like all your, I mean, you know what I need to have an argument, you know what we need to have pissed off, right? We need to have a discussion with God about, what made Trump the way he is and what makes the people that come here the way they are, and like look at the kind of background, because Trump was hated by his parents. I'm wondering if the Trump supporter, like 30% or 20, the Trump supporter really is only about 25% of Americans, right? It's really small number. And I wonder if the core group of those are just just haters. Just pieces of shit haters. I wonder. And it's really not their fault. They may, they got some sort of that. I wonder. The worst of the worst, yeah. You know, the type that want to kidnap women and want to force them into a basement and do crazy, horrible things. All right, so first, put some of that on here. Let's get some garlic. Okay, and we gotta get some pepper, black pepper. Look at that. There. All right, flip that over. Get that off. All right. See, I can be heating up this oven. Okay. And some lemon. Mikey got this, but I can't make anything with it. This criminal, racist, abuser, white supremacist. Yeah, Elon Musk, you guys I did a poll here and you're like, no, it wasn't a swastika. It wasn't a Nazi salute. Right? Look at that. Working clown. Bigot isn't working. Side crime. Look, he's got another bot. We pissed off a bot farm, dude. We pissed off a bot farm, dude. I wonder how many bot farms we're gonna get in here. Like, what is the person's what's the person's goal? Oh my God, some maggot. So it's probably some troll. It's probably some Russian troll farm. Pissed off. We pissed off some Russian troll farm. and their English is so fucking bad. All they can do is cry, baby. Cry, baby. Cry. So I'm making a pomegranate chicken. Have you ever had a pomegranate chicken? A little splash of pomegranate. Oh yeah, just a little splash. We made pomegranate. My son loved it. See, I can experiment with my son. My youngest son, he's got like a Japanese taste. Look, we got look, mushroom, shiitake mushroom. All right, let's move this chicken apart. Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing. Look. Look at that. Take a picture. Got red peppers sitting on top of some of that. Put the timer all the way down. Timer minus. We're going to cook it for like 20 minutes on a low heat. The key is cooking chicken is cooking it on a low heat. People always cook chicken on a high. No. You want to cook chicken on a low heat. The lowest heat you can in a long time. Let it cook slow. I don't think if I left anything out on that. Bacon. Yeah, we got to get him back. Crybaby. What do you think? What are the odds? Crybaby, come back. I would take that bet. I think he's coming back. Crybaby. He may be out of bots though. He's having to make new accounts. All right, that's good to go. Now we got to get the thing going. He's ready to get. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. Pissed off. This guy kind of looks like Tim. Oh my God. WC, I was just talking about that I look like Tim Waltz. I was just talking about that, dude. I literally, I swear to God, if we roll the tape back, literally less than 2 minutes, 2 minutes back, you'll see me talking about it. Where's the Tim Waltz jokes? Dude, I would win money on that bet. Oh, here comes a guy. Where's the intellectual honesty and decency? All right, Fonzie, don't need to shout. Let's talk about it. What do you mean? What's the intellectual honesty? Let's have a debate. Let's mosh pit. Fonzie, let's mosh pit. What do you mean by? Tell me what you mean by intellectual honesty. What do you mean by that? All right, we're not gonna make fun of you. Come on. What do you mean? Decency. And what do you mean by decency? Or you mean the guy? You mean decency like Trump making fun of the person who has a handicap? Ooh, right? That decency? You mean the decency where Trump sees a woman and he goes, "Oh, I can't help myself. I just got to start graping on her and kissing on her and fondling her and poking her, and you have to pay out $100 million for it"? Is that the decency you're talking about? Oh, is it decency your teenage girl's in a Miss Teen pageant that Trump owns, and he feels because he's the owner, he can come in and check out your daughter, teenage daughter, naked? Is that the decency you're talking about? Come on, what decency, dude? What decency, dude? I'm trying to figure out. Is it the decency that according to the Epstein files, right? That in 1995, whatever, right? I can't remember what it was. That a woman accuses Trump that when she was 13, she was tied to bed and violently raped repeatedly, more than 5 times. This happened, and threatened. Is that the decency you're talking about? What decency are you talking about? Right? Well, decency. I'm waiting. Decency. Decency like Clinton. What? Clinton just got a blowjob. Clinton, dude, he got a blowjob in the White House. Oh my God. Like every man's dream, getting a blowjob by a woman, right? By a woman. He wasn't like forcing some teenage girl to do shit with him. He wasn't checking out the teenage girl's locker room. He wasn't boasting about it on Howard Stern in '95. Trump let the syphilis go to his head. Trump let the syphilis go to his head. Literally, Trump's brain is Swiss cheese, and that's an insult on Swiss cheese. All right, I like this guy. I want more. Bring me some more. Bring me some more. Hell, this. Bring me some more. I made you moderate, not to moderate. We don't have moderators. I made you moderate because what you said is funny as shit. We want more. This is the kind of entertainment we want in this channel, right? Just trolling. This is like, think of this as is the next 12 hours of roasting Trump and Trump supporters, right? And they could come in here and try to roast us, but they're kind of cowards. They're little girls. They go, this is what they do. They go, I'm gonna act like something. Tell me who I am, right? I'm a news reporter, former news reporter. I was fired from Fox News, right? And I'm at CPAC. And I come up, I got black hair. I love Russia. I went and interviewed Putin. You guys know who I'm talking about yet? Any clues? Right? Any clues? Right? I come up. Right? Anyone? You gonna know who I am? Well, I'll give you a clue. Hey guys. Ping pong! Hannity. You guys, how you guys? Daddy's coming home. You've been a bad girl, and Daddy is going. You need a vigorous spanking. Daddy's coming home. Get that speaker. You guys are so fucking homosexual. It's not even funny. Oh my God. Dude. I want to take that and give it to AI and say, I want you to and completely gayify. I mean, I want you to make it as gay as possible. That would be such a funny video, right? We need an open source fucking video AI editor that could take that and just have, it's like you need a vigorous spanking. My friend could do it really good. Chris Griggs, New York Comedy. He's my mate. Yeah, he also defamed and got rid. Yeah, yeah, 30 seconds, right? Hey, actually, have some lefties in here for a change. So Joe Kinsey, Joe, welcome back. I gotta unban some people, dude. I miss them. We're in here. We've been in here, dude. Where have you been? What's up, Mola? So, this is my second 12-hour session. So I went 12 hours and I just restarted. I'm making some lunch for my son. Making him I gotta get the bread ready. Or do you want it? You want it on this bread instead, Tommy? I can make you 1, 2, 3 sandwiches. Make good garlic. No, you want the other bread. This is artesian selection. Yeah, and he pardons Andrew Tate. Look, this is yeah. I don't know how you guys. We're not a part of any party. We're anti-fascist, Mo. We're anti-fascist. We don't give a fuck, dude. We are anti-fascist. As long as you're not part of the Nazi, no, as long as you're not part of the American Nazi Party, Nazi. That's what you are. You're a Nazi. MAGA. The MAGA Nazi Party. We are anti-MAGA. We don't give a fuck about anything else. We are fighting for America against the Nazi Party. All right? But look, I think we hold on. Is the damn thing died on me? Kick off around 2:30, right? It's 2:30. Hey, pissed off. I want you to get a break. I want you to rest up. I want you to get your energy. You don't want to be go typing too much, all right? I want you to put you on timeout, tagging you out. Let's get them build up in here, all right? You're too aggressive. We want you when it's hitting like 100 people in here, like 100 people. I want you just to rest. I just want to rest. I want your energy because the kickoff party, right? See, look, it's early. Shit kicks off around 3. I want you on your game, son. I want you on your game. You go relax, have a beer. We need you on your game. Shit kicks off around 3, right? Well, 3 p.m. my time. So 3 p.m. my time. What time zone are you in? I'm in Japan. This is Tokyo time. No, 3 p.m. is going to be like 1, 2 a.m. Like 2 a.m. if you're still up. That's when shit kicks off. You know, like when the TV used to turn off? You know when the TV used to turn off at night? You're old enough to remember that, right? in DC. Cool. So, hey, let me just talk about what's going on, guys. Mo, veteran, hey, listen, I think, all right, this may be crazy. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But I think that there's a chance for us flipping Pensacola blue, all right? Hear me out. You can read my description here. I want to get the charger. Tommy, can I get the charger? My phone's really dead. Oh. Okay. All right. All right. So we can flip Pensacola red. I mean red, blue. I can't talk. Imagine, because I've been calling Pensacola. No one knows there's a fucking special election in April. No one knows, right? No one fucking knows. Like, I mean, you know, like, no, do you know this? But what special election, right? April. It's a month. If they don't, if the people don't know, it's an opportunity to win because no one's going to come out for it, right? And here's my argument: the Trumpers are fucking, you know, look at what's going on with the egg prices. Look at what's going on with their, you know, they're not going to be coming out for fucking Trump, dude. And, you know, so imagine we could help mobilize, and that's the whole point of this show, right? The whole point of, if you read my about, right, on that, signing up, volunteering for go gay for Congress. I love that. Let's go gay for Congress, right? Go gay for Congress. And she has a volunteer site calling. I want to basically, I want to motivate people to help, to volunteer, to get on that. And if you got time to make calls, right, during the, obviously not now, it's late, I don't know, what time is it in America right now? Late, right? So what, it's midnight? It's what, it's 11, is it 11, 12? On there. So I really want to, yeah, 11:15. So, you know, so if you've got, like, if we can get people like just an hour signing up, right, like right now, go sign up if you can, vet, right? You're a vet. It's fucking Pensacola. If you look at my, there's so much military there, dude. There's so much military. We need to call the VAs. Need to call them. I've got a letter. Okay, yeah, 7, 8 to 11, right? It's well, actually, you could be calling right now in the, well, not Pensacola. So it's Pensacola, East Coast. Actually, Pensacola is Central or East? I can't remember. Yeah, I think yeah. Well, you like, you'll meet Jessica. Jessica, you'll get along with Jessica too in here. Have you met Jessica? She's also LGBTQIA. I don't claim affiliation, but I do think I'm a lesbian woman trapped in a man's body. Jessica, when you see Jessica, connect with Jessica. I really want to get movers signing up. Go to, check out the description. Take a moment, go sign up to call. You can't obviously make phone calls, right? Let's get the phone banks. If you can reach out to friends and get, you know, if we can, you know, think about it, if we can recruit, you know, 10 to 100, right? What are you laughing at? Pissed off? Are you laughing at the fact that I'm a lesbian woman trapped in a man's body? I do feel like a lesbian woman trapped in a man's body. I feel like I'm underappreciated. And my wife, she's a gay man trapped in a woman's body. together we make a great couple. My wife is so dykey though. Like any lesbian that meets my wife, they're hot for her, dude. She is fucking hot, dude. I took her to my little club. You'll see my member videos. You'll see my videos at the snack club. She's like great. She doesn't care. I got a Filipino girlfriend. I don't do anything with her. Which one? Gay? Oh. Gay? My bad. My bad. What word? So I know. I got bad habits. What word did I say, Vet? I didn't say that word. Did I say that word? D-I-K-E? D-I-K-E? I don't even think I had that word in my vocabulary. My apologies, Mo. I live in rural Japan. No, I live in rural Japan. I'm away from social norms, especially America, especially the culture. There is no LGBTQ AI around me that I know of. I don't interact with any community here, so it's anyway. So, but anyway, so it's funny watching the women are attracted to my wife. My wife loves talking to them and all that. But anyway. I need to cook this first. You did, but they recognize and you're sorry. That's all that matters. Yeah, I apologize. I did say it. I remember now. I didn't realize I said it, But I've always found lesbian women more attractive. So that's why I think I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. And that's why I married a woman that's very, very okay. So anyway, back on subject. Back on subject. There is. I want to encourage folks to go out and volunteer for Go Gay for Congress, right? So Gay for Congress, GAYFORE Congress.com, right? You can sign up. If you check the link, there's a link to the volunteer page. Let's get people signed up there, right? Imagine, imagine turning I just want you to think that. I want to think. Pensacola blue, right? Pensacola has massive amounts of vets there, and you can read the about, right, and the targeting and everything else going on. That's the talking points, so you can use that as talking points on it, and it's really a great opportunity for us to to do good. At least give it a try. I'm willing to be here live every nonstop every 700. When I hit 720 hours, I'll quit the video and start a new one. Copy, it'll be the same video, right? Boom, 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 boom on that. So I hope you guys will sign up. I've signed up. All right. Maybe we'll get people coming in here. Maybe we can get her coming in here. Right? Imagine we get her on one of the streams to talk about her campaign. Right? There we go. Here we got one in here. We got one. What's up, tweaker? What's going on? Giovanni. Are you Italian? Where are you from? You got an Italian name. Where are you from? Where you live in New York? I'm stereotyping. Look, I'm fucking stereotyping you all over the place. Giorgio. Tills in North Carolina. Who's Tills? Fool don't like me. You stayed up. If you stayed up, yeah, I have. I've not gotten to bed yet. I've been up 12 hours. That's why I'm kind of like, jittery. Oh, Till, Senator. Well, I think, just imagine what the impact will be on the GOP. Just imagine if she was close. I think she only lost by 10, 15 points, right, during the regular election, right? This is a special election, so no one's going to show up. So we can motivate and get up. Yeah, pissed off. Pensacola. Naval Air Station there, where my dad learned to fly. There. My dad was an aviator, naval aviator. Making chicken parmesan. You don't like cream cheese, do you? You don't want cream cheese on it, Tommy, or yes? No.
Yeah. Not at all.
Okay. Sour. It's actually sour cream. He flew everything from the the blue one with the sliding. That's what he trained on. I don't know what that is, right? The P something. He started on those. The two-seaters. It has the sliding. It slides. Blue. It's a classic plane. Navy. It's the first Navy aircraft plane for that was on the aircraft carriers. He trained on those. And then he flew the A's, the A6, whatever they are, the other plane. Pretty much all the planes up to the Tomcat. He flew them all. The Tomcat was the last plane he flew. Right, like 6 planes. On his grave, I've got pictures, but on his grave it has all his information on it. He built a bench for his grave, and he's in one of the legs, and he has one leg open, and my mom went in the other leg. I think. Not sure. I didn't go to my mother's funeral, so I don't know, but if my sister did or not. Yeah, I don't know what I would recognize if I saw it, right? His brother flew the torpedo planes. He was his older brother. He ended up dying in the Second World War. That was sucky, flying those planes. Yeah, someone, there was a picture of Trump and he has his mouth open and there's a shadow on his nose. It looks just like fucking Hitler. Oh, we've seen that one. Dude, some of those pictures, there's like a picture with him and Elon, and he looks raggedy, right? With the Elon has the glasses, he looks gone. I don't know if it's been manipulated, but they both look really, really gone. And Trump looked really old. Alright, let's see if this is ready. See this chicken's ready. All right. All right. Chicken Parmesan. Chicken Parmesan. Here you go. Push. Do you think you want another one or no? Huh? Yes, no? What? Well, I'll start making a second one. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it. Alrighty. I had a tomato. I was looking for a tomato. Yeah, I mean, people don't realize that they have rolled back affirmative action, right, to the 1950s. Like all the progress we've made in America, it's like wiped out in 1 month. And we're back to the good old boy networks. Yeah. Well, what he's doing is he's pushing everything to the Supreme Court. He's hoping the Supreme Court is going to back him up, and if they do, then the next step is the streets. I mean, there's really not much else he can do. What else do you do? If the Supreme Court rules that that he can tear down, if the courts say that he can tear down what Congress passes, and then Congress is gutted, right? It's pretty scary. Yeah. Yep. And Kash Patel's moving 1,500 people. See, they do that in Japan. He's moving 1,500 people around, right? He's getting rid of the leadership. He's like, oh, we need you in the field office, right? Oh, we need you. They do that in Japan to basically get to break up the power, right? Put them in new offices. You take senior people and you move them in new offices where they don't have any control, any relationship, right? They're coming in, and that's what Patel's doing. Classic authoritarian, dismantling of power. They're already here. Shit, they were in the fucking Oval Office, pissed off. Recording it in real time, broadcasting live to Russia. How the fuck did they get in? Oh, it was a mistake. How is it? All right. When was the Moscow Towers event? I don't know if it goes that far back, because back then, 88. When did the wall go down? When did the Soviet wall go down? 88, right? I think it played out whenever Moscow, whenever the Trump pageant in Moscow is when he was recruited. Because he was dying to meet Putin. You want another one or no? Yes, no, what? Loki. Loki. He's too dumb, dude. I don't think so. This is how I think it played out. The way it played out like this, all right? When was Trump? When was the pageant in Moscow? The reason why is he wanted to get that Trump Tower. He wouldn't have been an agent trying to get Trump Tower. He'd been subservient. Yeah. They may have had some shit on him. He may have been compromised, right? But they would never recruit him. He's too dumb. He would have been. He would have just been a contact to move money to New York, right? So the way they would use him is just that. We need to move money. We need to launder money, right? He was their money launderer. That was it. He wasn't an agent. It was just a tool. And I think Putin knew that. And then Putin because it would have been perfect to get like so much really get him with compromat to really get him like locked in. Yeah, the Trump Tower in Moscow. That's where it all comes down. I think that's where it really begins. So imagine how this would play out. He goes to Russia. They butter him up and everything else, and oh yeah, you're gonna help. He's connected with the mobs, right? With what's his name? That guy, his attorney guy. And that's probably why, the mob would have sent him over as a patsy. That's how it happened. So the mob were like, hey, we need to do you a favor, Donald. You need to go to Russia, right? And be our in-between man. He was in-between, he was a bag man, right? So he went there as a bag man, and he was just moving money back and forth from probably the mob, there and there as a bag man. And then what happened? Russia collapses, and all of a sudden he loses contact, everything else, right? This ties in. This makes sense. So then Putin comes up, and Putin is like doesn't know who he is. He kills the KGB. He makes the FSB, and trying to figure out. Right? Yeah, he was just a puppet back then. Then he's trying to figure out what to do. Trump is now, hey, is like, comes over, wants a tower. Putin's like, okay, let's just nail him to, Putin would want to get shit on him. And the only time Putin would have an opportunity, it would have had a perfect opportunity to get shit on him is when he came over for that pageant, wanted to meet him, and then that woman, I think that woman or whoever, the beast, the asset woman, the NRA, La Pista, whatever her name is, I can't think of the name. And she would have said, "Hey, he's got a gift for you. Take him up to his room. There's a bunch of Lolitas out there, and he's already been groomed by Epstein, right, for young women, and it's all cameraed up and everything else, and fucking they get it all, right? They get him." The golden all is just like gold. It's just gold. And none of got him. Putin's got the goods on him, right? And then he starts working. Then he's like, listen, I need to do this. I need to do this. Putin just working him. Oligarchs, New York, funding him out, bailing him out. Epstein talks about that one time where he wanted to buy this house, and Trump wanted, and he knew Trump didn't have any money, but somehow was able to secure the money, able to buy it, and literally, like, in that week, sold it for $30 million profit. That was Russian laundering. It was, and being in real estate is like perfect for laundering money. And then and Putin couldn't do too much. The 2016, he didn't expect to win. He was there trying to make the deal with Putin. Putin gets the goods on him, right? Has the goods on him. And then he surrounds himself with all these babysitters. The worst thing that happened was him fucking losing that election. It gave Trump 4 years to plan, or not Trump. Trump's dumb as shit. It gave Miller, Bannon, right? That guy, the architect from Project 2025, whatever that dickhead's name is. 4 years put together a plan. All right. And I really think Mercer, there's a group. I believe there's a group, a Mercer group. Who's the guy over the Federalist Society that basically got all the judges and stuff? Do you know who I'm talking about? There's a guy who funded, has all the money, billions into the Supreme Court, and not the guy that paid for the travels for him. The guy that got all the appointments in. Yes, exactly. Well, all of it is, I think that they didn't have a playbook then. They didn't expect to win the first time around. Then they did win. So then they're like, hey, let's plan. And they attacked the election multiple ways. They attacked it with the election, right? The purging, 3 million Democratic votes were purged. That was an attack. Then getting into the who knows what they did with the fucking elections. They got in, right? And that woman, what's her name? The woman who exposed it. Who was the CIA contract? It wasn't CIA, NSA contractor. She has a funny name. Who's that CIA NSA contractor who told about the Russians were in our systems? They made a documentary on her. What the hell's her name? It's Winters. Reality Winters. So Reality Winters. Stop spamming. Reality Winters. You know Reality Winters, right? Yep. I think that when Thomas and Roberts was on one of those fucking super yachts, right? They got compromised. there's a group. There's a Bannon group. Bannon is a lieutenant of Mercer, and Peel is a lieutenant of one of them, right? And JD is the dick boy of Peel, right? Peter Thiel, and you know. So I think the hierarchy, I would think, you know, that there's, and that guy from the Federalist Society, whoever his name is, I wish I need to remember his name. He has billions. He basically built the Federalist Society on that. What, you don't think so? Robert Mercer is at the table. Robert Mercer, that guy from the Federalist Society, is at the table, right? And I think they invited Elon to the table, and they said, Elon, we need we need more data, because Mercer is a mathematician. I don't know if you know. Do you know Robert Mercer at all? Bet. Okay, Reality Winters. Okay, look, she's the one who went to jail for exposing that the fucking Russians were our voting machine. She felt so strongly about it. There's a documentary. It's on. Just write it down. Reality Winters documentary. It's a really good, or movie, right? It's really good. Reality Winters. Her name's Reality Winters. So she went to jail, right? I mean, for like 1/1000th of what fucking Trump did with his top secret shit, dude. They fucking threw the book at her. And but that's why we know, the only reason we know Russia was in our election machines was because of Reality Winters. We wouldn't know that, right? So they didn't do anything supposedly, but I think they did. I mean, I think they fucking did something this time around. So the hierarchy. Do you know Robert Mercer? Who Robert Mercer is? Robert Mercer is the guy behind Cambridge Analytica. He invented the hedge fund black box technology and the algorithm, right? And he's the guy who had the idea of, why couldn't I use the same algorithm that I used to manipulate markets, right? For hedge funds, for manipulating the popular base in order to push our right-wing agenda. That was the idea. And in 2000 this is 2013. So in 2013, he funded a company called Cambridge Analytica, and they started off in he's a CEO. Mercer is a CEO of his own. Yeah, he's a hedge fund guy, but he had an office in the White House. He had his own private office in the White House in 2016. And Steve Bannon is who he funded. So he funded Breitbart. Bannon is like his lieutenant, right? And and then they went off. I tried to find correlation because I was wondering if if Cambridge Analytica connects with Roger Stone and Mercer and not Manafort, but there's no evidence that they crossed over, right? Yeah, Renaissance Technology is correct. Yeah. So he invented the black box. I mean, all the fucking... He's an algorithm dude. He's one of the early algorithms. So, so they started working for like shitheads campaigns in South America and Africa. They worked on the Erdogan. I believe they worked on Erdogan, maybe even Modi's campaign. And Brexit was their fucking crowning jewel, their crown jewel. They volunteered for Brexit. Listen, don't pay us anything, we'll do it for free. I did it for free. They came in. There's a great documentary on Brexit, talks about it, Cambridge Analytica. And then Trump hired them. And that's why Trump won. Trump won because of Cambridge Analytica. They did a fucking Brexit. So I call it, you'll see, like I use hashtag USA Brexit. It's always been USA Brexit. Trump is the USA Brexit, right? So he's the Brexit out of democracy. So Trump is like what Brexit did, what breaking away from the EU. Trump is breaking away from our democracy, right? That he is USA Brexit, breaking away. So this has always been the game plan. Started in 2013, they built up right-wing movements in support of it, and then they did a test there in Japan. We call Happyokai, right? Their coming out party was Brexit, bam, success. Number 2 success, electing Trump, and then they failed in 2020 barely. They didn't have enough data, and that's why in 2022, I think, this is all speculative, right? I have no proof on this, but because I know Bannon was talking to Elon, and I think he told Elon. They've met a few times, and he shared. He's like, "Yeah, we're this, we're running this," and Elon's like, "Ooh, can you imagine Elon? Ooh, you got an algorithm? Let me try this algorithm, right? I want to use the algorithm. Well, you need social media, blah blah blah." So Elon then positions like, "Oh, I missed the freedom of speech, and we're going to give everyone access, and Jack Dorsey's horrible and everything else," and then drops fucking $44 billion and buys with loans. He didn't do it all, but he gets hold of X, and X was needed because that was the weapon. They needed X, and that's why in 2019 they launched Truth Social as an antithesis. They knew they needed more data, but no one went to Truth Social on it. But there were, Oliver Stone and Manafort, yeah, they're all buddies. They're all were fucking drinking at the same fucking drugs, hanging out at the same bar. You're right, yeah, they knew each other, right? And they crossed over. They were in Ukraine. When Manafort was doing Ukraine, Cambridge Analytica was also doing Ukraine. So I think they were on opposite parties in that, before the Red Dawn stuff in Ukraine. And so that's kind of the background story that connects Mercer and all that. And I really think there's a cabal, right? Mercer, that guy from the the Federal Society. I don't know his name. I can't think of his name. And the founder, he's the founder of the Federal Society, who built that whole network. And I think that they got dirt on the justices, on Thomas and Rogers, on the boat, and they said, "Listen, you're going to give Trump full immunity." I just can't imagine them. I don't care who you are. I mean, one of the standing principles of America is, we're all equal under the eyes. Every man is equal, right? There's no man above the law. And even with that kind of mantra in our system, we went ahead and gave it away. So I think they're ripe. They're greedy. They went on yachts together. You know what's on yachts, dude? Yachts always come with fucking, girls. You go on a fucking oligarch's $1 billion yacht. You're getting, my friend's a millionaire he's a Trump supporter, fucking millionaire. One of my best friends in DC, and he's got a yacht. He was sending me pictures and shit. Well, Lindsey Graham is, they definitely got they definitely got boy love on him. 16, 17-year-old, stud muffins on him. So, yeah, he's not hard. They all are, dude. They're all piece of shit. They all have taken Russian. They're all complicit, dude. And remember the disabled guy? I think Putin is all right. So Trump is just the useful idiot, right? He's just a useful idiot. He's got a 600-pound gorilla called Putin behind him who has all the dirt. And not only that, he probably could have gotten dirt, but it was a little early. But Epstein, that was his whole thing, right? His whole thing was running this pedo ring to get dirt on rich people in order for Mossad, whatever the Israeli team, right? Mossad, is that how you say it? Mossad, right? Yeah, Crawford, and that guy is smart, dude. I think they've got money. I mean, I really think I think Putin it's been easy for him, one step at a time. And Trump's base, I mean, the loyalty that Trump, demands that gets from these fucking idiots is just insane. And that's power. And I think that Putin said, listen, because remember, it's like, he met with Putin. I believe he met with Putin because Putin told him to meet with him privately, right? Putin is Trump's handler, right? Trump is his bitch. And I think Elon too is compromised with Putin. This is the greatest thing. And here's the deal: when Putin fucking dies, he's gonna before he dies, we'll learn. We're gonna learn. Yep, here's the tapes. Yep, I was controlling. It's gonna be his fucking biggest fucking laughter, dude. He's going to do the big reveal. He's gonna do the reveal. It's going to be like, yeah, as I go, yes, Trump was mine, yes, Elon, here's the videos, here's everything. He's going to bring them all down, right? That's Putin for you. And he's going to say, I was the greatest. I was the greatest spy master. I fucking put a president in your Oval Office. That's what he's going to fucking do. You know it. And, yeah, Madison. Yeah, so Madison. Yeah, Madison. Yeah, Madison talked about all the sex parties and all the shit, dude. That's all. That's gonna be Russian. I mean, they got compromising everyone, dude. It's gonna happen. That's gonna be. Hopefully, I'll be alive still. I won't have a fucking heart attack from all this shit, dude. Well, my friend Joe was always, I think, Trump is weak. We all know he's weak, right? And he acts like all this thing, but he would be weak. He would want pictures of him naked with young girls, right? Boom. I mean, he would want, and I think, when Putin put out the pictures of Melania, Trump is like a little poodle dog, right? So I think Trump got a little cocky there, and Putin was like, put out the pictures of Melania, all full fucking naked spread pictures of his fucking wife. And that was a message from Putin to him saying, you want to play this game? Putin is such a fucking evil, calculating fucking bitch, dude. You gotta admire him. I mean, dude, yeah, imagine. He's in Dresden, right? He's in Dresden. No one's picking up the phone in Moscow, right? He's calling. The crowds are coming in. He's hearing the shouts, the radio, the walls are coming down. The guards aren't doing shit. He's calling in the office. He's fucking, it's like, people don't realize, the 5 police officers committed suicide, right? There's 2 outcomes of people, right? The people who fucking are weak, like the maggots, and the police officers who committed suicide were MAGAs, were hardcore MAGA supporters. I guarantee it. And they were face to face, had extreme PTSD. They realized they were betrayed. They felt alone. All of a sudden, their whole fucking world was ripped away from them. And they're weak. And their only course was to fucking end their life. They're that fucking weak. Those are the police officers. There's never been an investigation. But it's the only explanation. I spent time with God talking to it, right? I have a whole fucking thing somewhere, one of my things, right? And I went through it and the psychological, and God agreed, right? This is God, by the way, right? The AI, God. I'm an atheist, remember, for those watching, right? And it's not God. This is transitive. I do it just to fucking push your buttons, right? This isn't God, but it is God. But I'm not going to go into that story. So you have to imagine, right? Putin is not that kind of guy, right?
Putin is built with different shit, dude. He's not a weak MAGA. No, Putin is like, think of what Putin did, dude. He's a mid-level fucking KGB officer, nearly fucking dies in Dresden. Crowds come in, left hanging by the KGB. What does he do? He fucking makes it back to Moscow, right? He befriends Yeltsin and or whoever was before Yeltsin, whatever. I don't know all the story detail, right? I'd have to fill it in. But then he works his way up when he acts like this ultra. He takes this role of this. Hey, I am kind of this democratic mayor of Moscow. And he fucking gets in, right? He acts like, and everyone back then talked about, oh, Putin is this great hope, this young, good kind of, charismatic, and he's the mayor of Moscow, and we're gonna have, and he's friends, and they're like, oh, this guy's gonna be great. And he fucking blackmails Yeltsin, says, listen, I got dirt on you, I'm not gonna kill you, and he doesn't. He said, you'll end out your life, right? But you're giving me the keys to the fucking empire. And Yeltsin gives him the keys, right? He's not that afraid of. So whatever Putin had, first he got Yeltsin. So then what does he do next? He fucking he kills I don't know. I mean, I don't know the timeline. I could be completely wrong with this, but at some point he fucking takes revenge on the KGB. They fucking left him hanging. That fucker, can you think of how many fuckers he fucking personally shot in the fucking head? He probably went around with a fucking gun. You fucking left me to fucking nearly die, and he would look him in the eyes and fucking shit. That's the type of guy he is, right? He would have taken pleasure to all that. And then, he wipes out, establishes a whole new, and this is kind of what Patel's doing right now. Patel can't do it that way. I'm surprised they're not going to, we're going to rename the Bureau event. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me they don't fucking rename the fucking, FBI. Because remember, he's going to do rat balls, right? So that's the key thing is he doesn't know who he can trust the KGB, so he destroys it, starts a new one, puts his guy in the lead, reorganizes it all, boom, and you have the SSB. So he does that. Yeah. So so that's his first thing, revenge on the FBI, on the KGB, boom, check. So he's got these are the three check boxes, right? 3 check boxes. Check 1, take out the F. Check 2, right? Get revenge on America. Check 3, get fucking Russia back, right? USSR. Get my country back, right? I'm gonna fucking get us back to the world power, right? That's the check box. That's it. 3 things. Undoubtedly, dude. So, but he doesn't but the whole thing with Ukraine and Georgia and all that, I mean, he sets off that bomb, right? He creates for the Georgia thing. He creates that, he blows up the people, kills his own people. He does his own kind of 9/11 event in order to, fakes all that shit. And he's impatient. He's getting those impatience. So he's working on 2, but so let's start on 3. Let's go into, let's make sure we have our military base down in the Crimea. I want Ukraine, Georgia was easy. They got that. That was easy. Belarus, he's got that. That was easy with that fucking dumbass dictator. And he's like, I'll just take, let's take fucking Ukraine. Ukraine's important. It's got those rare, I love, Trump goes, raw earth. It's got raw earth. It's got raw earth. And no one fucking corrects the fucking moron, dude. He says it like fucking 10 times, and everyone's straight-faced. I'd be laughing my head off. Raw earth? What is it? What does it taste like, sir? How's that raw earth? I'd be like, raw earth. Do I put soy sauce on that thing when I eat it? Right, they got that raw earth. Rare earth minerals. Raw earth. No one corrects the fucking dumbass. That's how fucking stooly they are. They're fucking, they got no brain. They got no soul. They got no guts. They're completely fucking, they're gone. That whole fucking cabinet, that whole fucking White House. So, let the emperor has no clothes. And, to get hold of that, the wheat, Ukraine is the wheat basket, the food production. It's our fucking Midwest, plus the raw earth, rare earth minerals. So and it was the number one, it's and nuclear powers too, and it was the number one nuke. It had all the nukes there. They gave up, and we fucked them on that. But anyway, but he fucked. I mean, but now he's got two. He's about to check the box for two. Yeah, that's where we're at. He's I really think he is a he's a spy genius, whatever, spy master, every sense of the way, and he never breaks cover, right? He never breaks his thing. He's always got his arm stiff on one side, so is his injury. The speculation he's got this or whatever. But it's gonna be great when he fucking spills the beans on Trump and he spills the beans on Elon, and we see all the pictures and stuff, and that's how it is. I should have grabbed some more of those. Yeah. So I'm gonna go take a power nap. We'll see if it pops up. I may have got the naming algorithm, or it's funny when I go live an hour from now, I get in the past, unless I've been fucking algorithm fucking muted. Get 200-300 people coming in. It's crazy. We'll see as a test. We'll see if they start coming in. And if they don't come in at 3, then I'll end the stream. We'll start another one. It's CBD. CBD is really good for your blood pressure. Really good. I mean, it will lower your blood pressure 40 points. It's one of the best medications for taking. If you have any blood pressure issue, I don't know what my blood pressure is kind of high, so I've been taking it. This is only a 10%. The 15% would lower it down to 130. This one lowers that to 140. But normally it's like 170, 180. So have you ever tried CBD? Oh, okay, cool. Joe, whenever Joe I talk to, he's hardcore, dude. I wish I could I wish I get really strong CBD, but they check my shit now, dude. I ordered my merch and stuff. I'm on a list. I'm on a fucking list. Like my red shirt, dude. My package was open and everything. One time I had a friend try to send me some just CBD, dude. Right? I don't think there was no THD. Maybe it was Delta. Maybe I can't remember what it was. I think it was just CBD and Delta. It may have been Delta, whatever. And I got a notice saying, "Hey, this package has been held, and you've got stuff." And they wanted me to sign some fucking paperwork, and I'm like, "I'm not fucking signing no fucking paperwork. I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about it." So I'm on a fucking list, dude. Anything coming into me, going through fucking customs. They're like a big old box, open it up. If I can charge me like $15 tax too on this shit, dude, too. Yeah, I sold Delta 8. I was actually had a little Delta 8 business back on the right run on COVID. What's up, Truth Officer? What's up, Tweaker? America's back, baby. Why do you have to shout, Dave? Why? We're just having a nice little conversation here, and the Tweaker's got to come in all screaming and shit. Are you doing it just to fucking annoy me? You want to go the way of what's his name? Remember a guy called begins with a P? What was his name? Ponder? No, I haven't. THCP. Is that a new one of the new derivatives? don't really like. I don't like getting. I really. I mean, getting high doesn't really do anything for me. I like the relaxed thing that CBD gives me. Right. I like the centered feeling. I don't like the head high shit. Right. That's what I prefer. How about you, Truth? Truth, what do you do? I don't think I've ever done Delta. Was it THC is Delta 9, right? Or is Delta 9 something new? I know there's Delta 8. Yeah, I don't need. I wouldn't mind fucking doing some shrooms and stuff. I've been looking for shrooms. I've been looking for fucking, the plants. Oh, I went through the whole. I told Vet my whole theory about the whole how everything connects together. I actually clipped it. I don't know if it all clipped, but I went through the whole Putin storyline, Trump stuff that I've been thinking about for years. Laid it all out. What do you think? On a scale 1 to 10. I'm right. If you go to undowdo.com, you'll see a book that I'm working on, dealing with Trump. I don't know if you see. Have you been to undowdo.com? It's my I got my books on there. It's called What WATT Pad. What pad? What pad? Yeah, I like hemp. Is CBD hemp? I guess CBD is hemp, not marijuana. So CBD is hemp, right? I don't know all the shit about it. Yeah. I'm gonna go upstairs. CBD. Yeah, I thought so. CBD is a boat. I'm gonna go and I need a power nap. I'm gonna put you. We're gonna put some Alan Watts on and some of my chanting girl. Oh. Dude, I hate leaving the kitchen fucking messed up. Tidy up a little bit. I gotta get more of that bread. All right. All right. I'll put out some music. Set my timer. Got a 2-hour. I just turned 50. I feel like 28. Good for you, man. My wife just turned 50, or turning 50 on the 7th next week. I've always felt like I'm the way I act, I always feel like I'm like, a kid. I don't think I've ever grew up. All right, let's do this here. Let's plug this in here. That's there here. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I got dust in here. Close Fortnite. Lee. No, yeah, that's perfect position. Blow my head. Did Russian hackers get a free pass? What the fuck, dude? What happened?
Stand down on all operations against Russia. That means no offensive cyber operations, no active digital warfare, nothing. And this isn't just speculation. This is a straight order from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So what the hell does this mean for U.S. cybersecurity? I'm seeing peers of mine in the industry basically panic that if we're stopping tracking the Russian threats, that we're going to have a hard time making back up this ground. What does this mean for the situation in Ukraine? So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, what was in the order,
do you know this?
Why it mattered, and what this means for global cybersecurity. Let's get into it. If you're new here, I'm Matt Johansson. I've been in cybersecurity for over 15 years, protecting startups to the world's largest banks. And I want to give you a cybersecurity industry insider's perspective on all of this that's going on. So let's dig into what actually happened. This is the article that started it all. This is by The Record, and it says, exclusive, Hegseth orders Cyber Command to stand down on Russia planning. Getting this order from a group of sources that wanted to stay anonymous because of course they did. Hegseth gave this orders to a series of generals, including Timothy Haw and Ryan Heritage. These sources specifically call out that this order does not impact the NSA, just Cyber Command. So basically, we're not stopping the whole signal intelligence work on Russia, collecting what Russia is doing against us. We don't know the full details of the order yet, but you can't ignore that it's happening at the same time as everything going on with Zelensky in the White House and Trump trying to negotiate this peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. One of the things worrying a lot of people is that we don't really have a timeline for this order. It's kind of a foreseeable future stand down. And Cyber Command has apparently begun a risk assessment, trying to develop a report that says, hey, if we stand down, here's what we think might happen. What we're trying to figure out is which personnel in Cyber Command this actually applies to. According to this article, if it applies to digital warriors, first of all, job title. If it applies to digital warriors focused on Russia, then we're talking hundreds of people. But as it says, if the guidance extends to areas like intelligence or analysis capabilities, we could be talking an extra few thousand people. All right, that's the order from Hegseth. I wanted to look into this of, well, what is specifically being told to stand down? If it's not the NSA, it's just Cyber Command, well, what's Cyber Command? I think a lot of people reading these headlines are jumping to, oh, this means we are doing nothing in cybersecurity against Russia anymore. I saw jokes that said, hey, why don't we just give them VPN tunnels? So I went digging through a little bit of the history of Cyber Command to really understand where we're at with it, what it's doing. It seems like a lot of it was created under Obama, but then escalated under Trump's first term. Here you can see some announcements from 2019 from the DoD, basically talking about increasing cyber offensive capabilities and to use this force to take a more aggressive stance in the cyber world. This article from 2019 goes and directly names Russia and China and how that they are asserting their power throughout the globe. It goes on to talk about the differences between the U.S. physical military presence and then evolving into a cyber military presence, saying things like, while we're having success deterring conventional aggression against the United States, our adversaries are increasingly resorting to malign activity in less traditional areas to undermine our security. There's perhaps no area where this is more true than in the cyber domain. I really found this part interesting too. Cyber has been part and parcel of what many call hybrid war, blurring the lines between peacetime and wartime. For nation states such as China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, engaging America and our allies below the threshold of armed conflict is a logical choice. So Cyber Command was really brought up to be part of this whole persistent engagement strategy. They're framing cyberspace as a domain for constant contact with the adversary. And a lot of what happened in the first Trump administration was elevating Cyber Command from a part of the NSA to its own branch of the DoD. Here, this article says the elevation of Cyber Command to its own thing in the DoD actually is positioning it to fight better for resources within the department, making cybersecurity more competitive for resources against other things like nuclear deterrent or defending against WMDs. This goes all the way back to 2017 when Trump actually approved this independence of Cyber Command. And then this continued to escalate. Cyber Command got more and more authority to act on its own. So it went from like single-digit operations in a decade to dozens of operations in the last few months when this article came out back in 2019. So obviously, since that record article came out, some of the bigger media operations have begun picking this story up. And as we went through the last few days,
You know, the last time Snowden was active was on February 1st. I wonder if he got picked up. Isn't that odd? If you look at his X account, he's like until February, he was like active every day. And then the last time he was active was February 1st. He posts a bunch. Like every day he posts a bunch. I was just curious. I just went there. They may have picked him up, dude. I thought maybe he was quiet. Look, February 1st, 1, 2, 3, 4, a bunch, and then nothing since then.
The narrative is clarifying on U.S. halting offensive cyber operations. So right here in the beginning of the Washington Post article, it says this pause is only meant to last as long as negotiations continue. This is new information from the record, which said the timeline was completely unsure. So I think the thing to agree or disagree with here is Trump's whole stance on Russia. I want to say that the cyber operations part of this makes sense if we're in peace talks, which is a really weird thing for me to say as the cybersecurity guy. But as this says here, it's not unusual to stop offensive operations in the time of some sort of strategic conversation. So do I or do you agree or disagree with Trump's entire stance on Russia in general? One issue. But conflating that with standing down all cyber operations against Russia, putting us at a giant risk, I think is a completely different thing that we need to talk about today. So I think it's obvious that Russia is still one of the biggest cyber threats against the United States, and really the whole world. They are one of the absolute centers of gravity for all ransomware operations. They have incredibly talented and well-funded government-backed operations that act against all sorts of governments and private corporations across the globe. I mean, literally just a few months ago, we were covering this story where Midnight Blizzard, which is one of the threat actor groups tracked out of Russia, compromised Microsoft and a whole bunch of government employees through a highly targeted spear phishing attack.
Yeah, I'm taking a break. Usually things Victorious. Usually things pick up around 3, 4 p.m. So I'm about to take a little power nap here.
let you just listening this.
Against critical American infrastructure. So it's one thing to have a strategy of ceasing offensive operations during peace talk. It's another thing to completely ignore Russia as a threat. And it seems like that's what we're starting to do, or at least trying to not.
I'm just listening to this news that Trump's had the cyber people stand down on Russia.
Entire talk about foreign adversaries targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, specifically talking about China attacks, addressing China and their group Salt Typhoon, but completely omitted Russia from this entire speech. They even said many diplomats noticed that we are pulling punches from Russia in UN cyber discussions. All right, that's all the official news. There's one more piece of this story that I need to talk about, but it gets a little murkier, and that has to do with this Guardian article that talks about how a verbal-only memo to CISA basically telling CISA to stand down everything against Russia. This is not just offensive work. This is all research, analysis, anything. The narrative on this whole report is that they're saying the Trump administration does not consider Russia a cyber threat, and that this shift in policy could make us more vulnerable to hacks from Russia. They also talk about that speech at the UN where we leave Russia out, which is a little bit ridiculous. But again, if we're in peace talks, maybe I get that we're trying not to piss anybody off. But the crux of this whole story is this memo that they're talking about, that they have sources talking about it in CISA. So I'm going to read this directly. A recent memo to CISA set out new priorities for the agency, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security and monitors cyber threats against U.S. critical infrastructure. The new directive set out priorities that included China and protecting local systems, but did not mention Russia. Their source on this said that if you were doing anything Russia-related at CISA, that project was nixed. Russia and China are our biggest adversaries. With all the cuts being made to different agencies, a lot of cybersecurity personnel have been fired. Our systems are not going to be protected, and our adversaries know this, that person said. But here's where this gets sticky. CISA is completely denying that this memo existed, and they announced this via Twitter. CISA's mission is to defend against all cyber threats to U.S. critical infrastructure, including from Russia. There has been no change in our posture. Any reporting to the contrary is fake and undermines our national security. I tried to find some actual stuff on CISA's website about this, not just their Twitter account. This feels a little unofficial. Also, the word fake always stands out to me now since the whole fake news narrative. So this just overall smelled a little weird to me. So I went over to the CISA website, went to their news section, and they haven't posted anything since the new administration has taken office. Their last post is January 21st. You can see they were posting regularly right up until that point. This might be because the person running this got laid off. I have no idea, but it was pretty telling to me. I could not find anything about this on their website. I went to the CISA director, Jen Easterly's Twitter page to see if I could see her talking about anything. And this page is completely archived. She stepped down as the director voluntarily when Trump got elected. She made her last day January 20th or 19th, right before the new administration took office. So this account is archived. I have no idea what Jen's thoughts on anything going on is. The other thing that stood out to me is kind of weird is CISA retweeted this post from Tricia McLaughlin, who is the Assistant Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. It's a very politically charged post saying, hey, this is garbage. The memo referenced in the Guardian's quote-unquote reporting is not from the Trump administration, which is quite inconvenient to their narrative. CISA remains committed to addressing all cyber threats to the U.S. critical infrastructure, including from Russia. There's been no change to this posture. So this is where this gets murky. This is why a lot of the reporting said that was a verbal-only memo. All right, so what we actually know is this word head set up to stand down offensive operations. There's a rumor about CISA projects involving Russia being fixed. But CISA's laying off people left and right, so I think things are shaking up over there all around, and maybe that's why projects are getting fixed. We're not clear about the whole CISA. So let's work off of what we actually know and what the risks of that. The top of my mind is that this doesn't mean that Russia stops what Russia's doing. So if we're signaling a slowdown in Russia cyber operations, because Russia sees this as an opportunity to up the ante against U.S. government and also U.S. private companies. Russia is no stranger to combining state-sponsored activities with cybercrime. So what I'm going to keep on my eye on in the next couple of weeks or months is do we see a dramatic increase in cybercrime activity that all the politicians involved in both U.S. and Russia? Well, that's not us, that's cybercrime. But groups like Conti, Revolt, Lockbit, Ransomware Group are all Russia, funded by Russia. So if we see an increase in ransomware activity or election interference, espionage, U.S. critical infrastructure attack, disinformation campaigns. I'm going to call this whole thing a mistake because obviously they saw that as an opportunity to pour gas on the fire. The other major area that this is a risk, and this is probably the whole point of everything that's going on based on what we saw with Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office last week, is the U.S. played a major role in Ukraine's cyber defense against Russia. Cyber Command, which just got told to stand down, the whole point of everything we're talking about, was the ones who were running counter operations against Russia in retaliation for whatever they were doing in Ukraine. So if those operations are truly halting, I'm worried about what that means for Ukraine in terms of digital attacks coming from Russia. And then the third group I'm worried about is U.S. private companies. I showed you the recent attack by the Russian government on Microsoft. And Microsoft, in my opinion, has one of the best cybersecurity teams on the planet. If we take a whole different stance on this whole persistent engagement strategy that was meant to deter cyber operations in fear of counterattacks, what does that mean for energy sector companies, healthcare companies, financial companies who don't have the cybersecurity teams that Microsoft has? All right, what happens next with all of this? So as I mentioned in that one report, Cyber Command is currently doing a risk report. They're going to assess what risks increase if they stand down this whole operation. We're not going to get a look at that unless that also leaks. But I think this really has major implications in what's next for US's involvement in NATO. So what I'm going to be watching in all of this is, do we see an increase in ransomware activities or cybercrime activities? Does this stand down order last for longer than the negotiations last? And I want confirmation of what's actually going on in CISA. I think this decision is going to reshape the whole cyber war landscape over the next couple of years. And we're going to look back at this and figure out, was this actually a strategic pause in operations or a complete miscalculation? I'll be honest, my first reaction to this when I saw this news was, oh, we're cooked. Russia and Trump are in cahoots, and the White House is doing anything they can to appease Moscow. But as I read into it, I think the headlines are overblowing it just a little bit, as it seems like, hey, we're actually trying to do some negotiations, and it makes sense that we would stand down all offensive operations. I at least hope that's the case. What do you think? Does this move make sense, or is this putting the U.S. at a giant cybersecurity risk? Let me know in the comments below. This is a wild story. The reporting is all over the place on it. If you found this analysis useful, please hit that like and subscribe button, do the bell, do all the YouTube stuff, share with your mom. I'm going to follow this story closely. I'll give you more updates as I see them. Also, check out any write-ups I do on this stuff on Volt.
All right, guys, I got some big breaking news here for you. So the markets absolutely tanked because Trump came out during a press conference, was asked about the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Remember, about a month ago, he said, we're going to put the tariffs on them. And then he had a meeting at the last minute with the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, and Trudeau from Canada. And basically, he found a way to sort of weasel out of doing the tariffs by saying, oh, we made a beautiful agreement. Mexico is going to send 10,000 troops to the border to make sure the fentanyl stops coming in. And he used that to be able to get out of doing the tariffs, because as every economic expert will tell you, this would be cataclysmic for the U.S. economy. I mean, it'd be cataclysmic for the Mexican and the Canadian economy as well. But, well, he was just asked, hey, how about those tariffs? Like, are they going to go into effect? And he says, yep, they're going into effect tomorrow. And then he was asked if there's any wiggle room in that. And he was like, nope, there's no wiggle room. The tariffs are going into effect tomorrow. And these are steep tariffs, man. This is, Crystal, was it 15% or 25%? 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, our top allies. And so the market reacted in real time and absolutely imploded. And look, I don't want to overstate it, but if he were to go through with these tariffs, it would be just an economic disaster. You're basically looking at like a guaranteed recession, potentially a depression. In fact, the Atlanta Fed came out earlier today and predicted 2.8% decrease for our GDP. Okay, that now we're getting into like just horrific territory here where we're talking about widespread pain. And if you put together what Trump's going to do with the tariffs, mix with all of Elon Musk's austerity, again, we're looking at a catastrophe here, the likes of which we haven't seen since probably 2008, but in all seriousness, it might surpass 2008. So I wanted to share this with you because this is very prescient. This is a tweet from a guy named Jake. He says, if I wanted to crash the economy, I think I'd put on indiscriminate tariffs, push cheap labor out of our country, that's all the mass deportations, slash public jobs, that's what Elon's doing, cut public spending, that's what the Republicans in the House and Senate are doing, promote an alternative to the dollar, that's all the crypto bullshit, and incentivize every global ally to partner with China. And that is effectively what Trump is doing with how unstable he is on the global stage, pushing everybody into the arms of China and BRICS, making, the dollar become less and less relevant and less likely to be the global currency of the future. I mean, geez, man, this is really, really not looking good. And this could only be the beginning. If he really goes through with these tariffs, this is only the beginning here of the pain and the economic calamity. Like I said, the stock market crashed. Countless people will lose their jobs. It'll be a massive contraction if you really go through with these tariffs. By the way, this is an article that just came out, Daily Beast. Trump tariffs set to send car prices soaring up to $12,000 higher. That's just one thing, too. We're just cars we're talking about here. $12,000 higher. Don't take my word for it. You go read the list of all the stuff that we import from Canada and Mexico. Bro. So Trump also came out and said, to the great farmers of the United States, get ready to start making a lot of agricultural product to be sold inside of the United States. Tariffs will go on external product on April 2nd. And then he finishes the tweet with, have fun. Man, that is a cutesy-ass way of basically telling farmers, you are fucksville. Like, you're screwed. My policies are actively going to destroy you. And so look, now this gets to a broader conversation of like, why on earth would you do something that you know is going to be so disastrous for the economy? And I mean, there are some ugly answers to it, right? I mean, one thing is, if you really have a giant recession or economic depression, that does allow Trump and his fellow robber barons, a group of 20 or 30 or maybe up to 100 people, to swoop in and buy everything up cheap, right? To really get us back truly to a Gilded Age type system where there's just a handful of people own everything and everybody else is effectively a peasant. And so I mean, I really don't know how to impress upon you guys just how colossally disastrous this can be here. And I'll wrap on this. Remember when Elon Musk said that there's going to be some necessary, quote, necessary economic hardship, necessary economic pain if Trump is elected. And he said, hey, embrace the pain. Remember, their favorite world leader is Javier Milei, who's an anti-government fundamentalist and anarcho-capitalist. And what Javier Milei delivered to Argentina is a 53% poverty rate. And I'm not kidding when I say we are on track to move closer to that number in this country. If he actually follows through with these tariffs, if they keep doing austerity and cutting government spending and cutting government jobs, if they actually follow through with basically destroying Medicaid and cutting Social Security, I really don't have the words to put into context for you what this country looks like if all of that goes through. I mean, we're talking about legit pitchforks in the street type moment, flooding the street, total political instability, probably political violence on a regular basis. I said this earlier, I don't think this country can survive another round of neoliberalism. And not only is there another round coming, it looks like it might be the worst round coming.
All right, guys, so let's go ahead and talk about the devious plan of the MAGA sellout and collaborator Democrats. So, as you all know, Hakeem Jeffries has been going around, first of all, not fighting MAGA, just not doing it, no idea what he's doing, not a leader. Also, he was on Stephen A. Smith's show blaming the far right and the far left, which is, if that's your takeaway in this moment, just step aside. Let somebody lead who knows how to lead and knows where to put the focus, right? So you have Hakeem Jeffries doing that. You have Chuck Schumer, who's been humiliating himself day after day, showing he doesn't have the spine to lead, doesn't have the ideology to lead. And, you know, you see people like Jasmine Crockett, who fights effectively, AOC, who fights effectively, Bernie Sanders, who's literally doing an anti-oligarchy tour, telling everybody what Elon Musk is doing, what Trump is doing, and what's happening right now. These are the people who know how to lead, right? These are the people who are fighters. Okay, well, the empire is going to strike back. So, here's what we learned the other day. Chuck Schumer announced that Senator Alyssa Slotkin is going to deliver the Democratic response to Trump's State of the Union address. The State of the Union is tomorrow, and there's always a Democrat who responds. So he picked Alyssa Slotkin. Okay, well, what do we need to know about Alyssa Slotkin? She voted for 8 of Trump's cabinet members. 8. She voted for the Lake and Riley Act, the right-wing immigration bill, which killed due process for immigrants. She was a George W. Bush national security advisor. She was the first Democrat endorsed by Liz Cheney. She's pro-Israeli genocide, pro-TikTok ban, anti-student debt relief, and also, by the way, I forgot to add this one, but she's also anti-Medicare for all. So she is, across the board, a MAGA sellout collaborator. Her idea for the Democratic Party is, let's be more like Trump. Let's copy their policy agenda, right? Okay, so everybody saw this. Everybody was pissed off about this for understandable reasons. This person does not represent Democrats. She just doesn't. I've never seen a moment like this in my life where the Democratic Party base has woken up so fast, right? It's like they instantly understood, oh my God, like look at what's happening with Elon. This is a robber baron coup. Look at what Trump is doing. He truly is a fascist. He basically anointed himself king the other day and said, I'm not going to listen to the courts anymore. This is an historic moment. And in a moment like this, you need real leaders to fight back and represent a different story, a different narrative, a different philosophy and ideology and policy agenda. And her idea is, here are all the areas where I agree with them. Well, that's not leading. Okay, so Politico reported the following. Last month, I'm reading from over here. Last month, a group of Democratic consultants, campaign staffers, elected officials, and party leaders gathered in Loudoun County, Virginia, for a retreat where they plotted their party's comeback. Okay, so remember, they call them, these are the moderate Democrats. Let's be clear. These are not the moderate Democrats. These are the Democrats who take the most corporate money and the Democrats who are most in agreement with the Alyssa Slotkins and the Chuck Schumers. The MAGA sellouts, the MAGA collaborators. Okay. Those gathered then laid out 20 solutions for how Democrats can regain working class trust and reconnect with them culturally. More than a few stuck out to playbook. Ready? The party should embrace patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery. All right, let's just pause there. At the DNC, they were chanting USA, USA, USA. Kamala ran on patriotism. That was one of the things that she ran on. So, now, by the way, I'm not against that, not at all. But she did that, and Trump's in the White House, so to say, hey, let's keep doing the thing that we did and act like it's some revelatory new thing, like that's not new. So basically, they're not saying anything with that first one. More. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests and move away from the dominance of small dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. Oh my goodness. I'm going to read that one more time. Move away from the dominance of small dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. Ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Democratic policies did not align with the broader electorate, it was the fault of big donors, not small donors. They invert the reality completely. If you are taking money from Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, if you are taking money from Wall Street, if you are taking money from massive multinational corporations, and you are in favor of their agenda, that is what puts you out of lockstep with the American people. They literally had the exact wrong takeaway. The correct takeaway is, oh my God, we need to cut off all big money to our party. We don't want billionaire robber baron money. We don't want corporate PAC money. We want to raise through small dollar donations. That was the takeaway. Because the right, they have their argument, their story. Hey, blame trans people and immigrants for all your problems. That's their story. The Democratic response to that has to be, no, the problem is not trans people, it's not immigrants, those are our brothers and sisters. The problem, it's the robber barons, it's Elon Musk, it's the billionaires, it's the corporations. They've bought our system, they've rigged our system, and now we're functionally in a fascist oligarchy, right? The narrative, the story is right there, and they're running away from the reality at 500 miles an hour and flipping it on its head. You don't need to take less small dollar money, you need to take more small dollar money. Because, by the way, here's the other point too, which is super important. You will be way more in touch with the American people if you take small dollar money. Because what does a small dollar donor want? If somebody's giving you $5 or $10 because they like what you're saying, you know what they want you to do? They want you to, like, raise the minimum wage. They want you to, like, pass the PRO Act so people can get higher wages and they have, you know, a right to join a union. They want to expand healthcare. They want to do universal healthcare. If it's like regular Democratic-based voters and they give you $5 or $10 or $20, the ideology that they're in favor of, it's all the basic things that are what a Democrat is supposed to be about anyway. Hey, fight back against MAGA and this fascist takeover. Hey, Trump is warmongering with everybody. I don't think we should do all these wars. Hey, let's raise the minimum wage. Let's do universal health care. Let's wipe out the medical debt. Like, it's good ideas. The Democratic base, regular people in the Democratic base, they want good ideas. They always have. Like, Bernie Sanders, when you went issue for issue on, like, the actual policy issues, Americans overwhelmingly agreed with him over Hillary and over Biden. But the thing is, there are polls when you ask people, hey, should the Democrats move in a more centrist direction or moderate direction, or should they move in a more progressive direction? It is true that voters say, I want more moderate, I want more centrist. A majority of voters will say, I want more moderate, I want more centrist. But they don't actually know what that means. That's the problem, right? They don't know what that means. And I'm not attacking them for that. I'm not. Because again, when you dig a little deeper, go one layer deeper and actually look at the policies they want implemented, they actually want to move in a more progressive direction. So I actually totally agree with them that this self-labeling, right, how you come across to people should code as moderate or centrist. I don't want a Democratic candidate wearing a fucking Che Guevara shirt, right, calling for, hey, bring back the gulags. I don't want a Democratic candidate doing that. I want them to appear, I want them to code as moderate or centrist while advocating for the popular ideas that the Democratic base believes in. Like I said, universal health care, higher minimum wage, PRO Act so people can join a union, rebuild the regulatory and administrative state, which is being dismantled by Elon as we speak. Right? Stop Trump's warmongering. Like, this is the stuff. But it is such a disgusting admission for them to say. They're pretending like small donors are the problem. They're pretending that small donors are like why Democrats lost. No, they're the solution. You need to take more small dollar donations. Rely on your small dollar donors because they'll tell you what they want your agenda to be, and they're correct. But they're saying let's embrace the big money donors. This is disturbing, man. If this is your takeaway, basically this would be Democrats saying we need to move further to the right, closer to MAGA, closer to Republicans. And guys, like, we've seen this play out time and time again, and it's the wrong way to go. I mean, take a look at 2004, John Kerry. John Kerry should have won that election easily because George W. Bush was a fucking mess already, right? We had the war in Iraq, etc. But John Kerry lost. And the reason he lost is because his response to George W. Bush said, we're going to finish the war in Iraq and we're going to win it. And John Kerry's response was, I'm also in favor of the war in Iraq, but I want to wage it more intelligently than this guy does. When the real argument he should have made is, this war was based on lies. Saddam had nothing to do with 9/11. Why are we wasting U.S. money and young American men and women's lives? Let's end the war. But he tried to split the difference. He tried to meet the right halfway, and he lost. Right? It's like you have to actually stand for something that is not what they stand for. Right? And so, let me keep reading because you'll get a sense of what's going on here. So these so-called moderate Democrats, they're really MAGA sellout Democrats. They should, quote, push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy messaging. By the way, if you think the far left is has a stranglehold on this party, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Right? I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Biden and Kamala kept the genocide in Gaza going, and the left was screaming, fucking stop it, and they didn't. Right? And it's like, you should have listened to those people. They were actually right. But they're saying, oh, the far left is the problem. Like, well, candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities. Tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches, And the party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. So in other words, guys, I want you to read this list a few times. Like, pause the video, read the list a few times. What are they saying? Every piece of advice they give is, hey, say we suck, right? That's what that last one is. Own the failures of democratic governance. Let me get this straight. Your brilliant idea to revive this party is to go, you know what, Republicans, you're right, we kind of suck. I mean, this is almost comical, right? Look, I'm starting to believe that these people might just be Republican infiltrators, right? Like, these might be the people who are at this retreat. Many of them might be MAGA supporting Republican infiltrators to the Democratic Party, and they are sowing the seeds of destruction within the Democratic Party. Because your takeaway is tell people that we suck and they're right, and then also, hey, look, here are the areas where we agree with you. How can you base a campaign around that? I think these guys are right on these following issues, and also, you're right, our cities suck. Who would vote for that? Nobody's going to vote for that. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. No, you have to stand for something. What are you going to stand for? And the answer is simple. MAGA is a fascist, pro-oligarchy movement. Trump is destroying our checks and balances, destroying our government completely, giving everything to the robber barons. Call that out directly and specifically and clearly, and say what we stand for is the opposite of that. We stand for social democracy. We stand for New Deal politics. We stand for rebuilding the administrative and regulatory state, which is being destroyed by Elon Musk. We stand for expanding Social Security. We stand for universal health care. We stand for higher wages, higher minimum wage, people having the right to join a union, wiping out the medical debt, stop Trump's warmongering, cut off all the weapons that we send to human rights abusing countries. Like, you have to stand for the opposite of them across the board. When they come out and say, yes, your life is hard, Mr. Average American, but it's because of trans people and it's because of immigrants, you say, no, trans people and immigrants are our brothers and sisters. They are not the problem. The real problem are the robber barons. Look at what Elon Musk is doing. Look at what David Balsax is doing. Look at what Mark Andreessen is doing, and Peter Thiel, the vampire who looks like he sucks baby blood before he goes on TV every time. Point it out. Trump is doing a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which is just a fancy way of saying he's going to let crypto oligarchs steal taxpayer money. Backstop the crypto market, so take your hard-earned money and send it to people who already have billions of dollars. This is what you need to call out. I mean, they are wrong across the board here. Not fewer small donors, more small donors. Cut off all the big money so that you actually stand for something. You actually believe in something. And for the love of God, the last thing you do is say, hey, Republicans, I think you're right about the 5 following issues. And again, I love the bottom. Ready? The party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities. How is this a roadmap to rebuilding the party when the point you want to remind voters of is, you think we suck and I think you're right? What? If that's your instinct to say that now, you have no hope. There's no hope. Because in a moment like this, the right and MAGA are proving day after day after day just how much they suck, just how much they don't want to help the average American. I mean, Elon destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That's the anti-scam police. How is this not something you talk about 24/7? How is it not something you talk about 24/7 that Trump scammed his own base with a shit coin, a crypto meme coin, 2 days before his inauguration? How are you not pointing out Trump signing the executive order to raise drug prices, and Trump signing the executive order to fill the swamp and saying no anti-corruption rules for members in my cabinet? How are you not pointing out that Elon's cutting 70,000 jobs from the Social Security Administration, which means we might actually miss Social Security payments, which would be the first time in American history that we miss Social Security payments. Social Security is a hard word to say. But guys, you get the point here. These are the MAGA sellouts. These are the MAGA collaborators. These people should be nowhere near power. And also, let's stop pretending like, oh, it's the far left that's had control of the party all these years. Like, where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from? It was Joe Biden who was just president. Like, before that, it was Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. Like, the reality of the situation is very simple. If the same old, if politics as usual is not working, we have a tried and true example of what to do. The Republicans, they base their candidates and their philosophy on Ronald Reagan. They always have. He was their favorite, and they said, we're going to go in that. And Trump stole many of Reagan's things also, right? Democrats need to do it with FDR. the New Deal, social democracy, actually using the power of government. Like, the right-wing point is, hey, the scariest words in the English language are, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. That was Reagan's famous saying, right? Your reaction to that has to be, no, government has the capacity to do good, and it can and it should. And that's why we should celebrate Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We should celebrate the war on poverty. We should celebrate unemployment insurance. We should celebrate having a regulatory state that stops the Wall Street crooks and criminals. You know, so I don't know, man. It's just, this drives me crazy. That if you can't see the lessons now, are you never going to see the lessons? Are you never going to see them? It's like, no matter what the question is, their answer is blame the far left. Blame the far left? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but right now, literally the only people who are correctly fighting MAGA and who are standing up and pushing our worldview, the only people are the people who you would call so-called far left. They're the only ones who can fight. Like I said, Bernie's doing an anti-oligarchy tour, calling out the right on a daily basis. Tim Walz has recently come back from obscurity, and he's shitting on the right relentlessly. Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Maxwell Frost, these are the only people who are actually fighting. So you're not going to get to steer the ship. When your answer at a volatile moment like this is to run and hide in a bush and pretend like, bro, I'm actually sort of with the right, you're not going to lead. You're incapable of leading. Like, I haven't heard any of these so-called moderate Democrats who are MAGA collaborators. They haven't said anything about these town halls where you got Democrats, independents, and Republicans screaming at Republican congresspeople and reaming them over what Elon is doing and what Trump is doing. If you can't even use that moment to speak up and make your case, you don't have a case to make. So, anyway, you get it, but, understand, so I want to be clear. I don't want anybody to call these people moderate Democrats or centrist Democrats. Don't call them that, because that is not what they are. Through their actions, it demonstrates they are MAGA sellouts and collaborators. That's what they are. So they are half with the opposition. And I don't want somebody who agrees with the opposition being in control of our party. And because I want to reiterate again one more time, I'm not just saying this. I'm not just saying it. They actually are in agreement with them on many things, which is why Alyssa Slotkin voted for 8 of Trump's cabinet members. Which is why she voted for the Laken-Riley Act, which killed due process for immigrants. It's why she was in a Republican administration advising George W. Bush on national security, which means she was at least partly responsible for foreign policy decisions under that horrific neocon warmonger administration. It's why she was endorsed by Liz Cheney, pro-Israeli genocide, pro-TikTok ban, anti-student debt relief, anti-Medicare for all. If you don't stand for the things that Democratic voters believe in, you're in no position to lead, right? And we're going to call you what you are. You're a MAGA sellout and collaborator, and everybody needs to understand that, and the leaders who emerge will not be weak and spineless like these people. All right, guys, that's the show. I love y'all very much. I'll talk to all you guys soon. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. You can support the show on Patreon as well. Remember, I've never talked to an advertiser. All right, I love y'all. See you back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Leaders in Europe held an emergency summit in London Sunday, 2 days after an unprecedented clash at the White House between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and both President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Zelensky had traveled to the White House to sign a deal giving the United States partial control over Ukraine's raw earth minerals. But the deal imploded following a dramatic televised Oval Office meeting where Trump accused Zelensky of gambling with World War III after Zelensky insisted Ukraine could only back a Russia peace deal if it included security guarantees from the United States. The news conference ended with Trump and J.D. Vance openly criticizing Zelensky.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back to you. Far more than a lot of people say they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this entire meeting, you said thank you.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Shortly after this exchange, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz asked Zelensky to leave the White House. Trump's treatment of Zelensky shocked many in Washington and around the world. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said, quote, "I'm sick to my stomach as the administration appears to be walking away from our allies and embracing Putin, a threat to democracy and U.S. values around the world," unquote. Meanwhile, House Speaker Mike Johnson suggested Zelensky may need to step down following the White House meeting. After leaving Washington, Zelensky traveled to London to meet on Saturday with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who warmly greeted Zelensky outside 10 Downing Street. On Sunday, Starmer hosted an emergency meeting of European leaders. He called for a coalition of the willing to be formed to support Ukraine if a peace deal is reached.
We will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air, together with others. Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
Meanwhile, France is pushing for a one-month truce between Russia and Ukraine. While almost all of Europe is backing Ukraine, Hungary's authoritarian leader Viktor Orban praised Trump, saying, quote, "Strong men make peace, weak men make war." President Trump stood bravely for peace, even if it was difficult for many to digest, Orban said. In other fallout from the White House meeting, a major Norwegian fuel supplier, Haltbach Bunkers, has announced it's halting fuel sales to U.S. ships. The company said, quote, "Today we witnessed the biggest disgrace ever put on display by the current U.S. president and his vice president," unquote. In other news on U.S.-Russian relations, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered U.S. Cyber Command to suspend offensive cyber operations targeting Russia. The Pentagon has not publicly discussed the policy change, but National Security Advisor Mike Waltz told CNN the United States would use, quote, "all kinds of carrots and sticks to get this war to an end," unquote. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Russian state television aired an interview with Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov talking about Trump. He said, quote, "The new administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely aligns with our vision," unquote. On Friday, a member of Russia's state-owned news agency, TASS, gained access to the Oval Office during the clash between Zelensky and President Trump, while reporters from the Associated Press and Reuters were excluded. The White House said the Russian reporter was not approved and was eventually removed. The United Nations and many Arab nations have condemned Israel for cutting off all food and humanitarian aid into Gaza. Egypt and Qatar accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced the blockade as Israel attempts to pressure Hamas to agree to a new proposal by the United States that would force Hamas to release all remaining hostages without Israel fully withdrawing from Gaza. Hamas has accused Israel of trying to derail the original ceasefire agreement. Over the past 2 days, Israeli troops have killed at least 9 Palestinians in Gaza. Residents in Gaza denounced the new Israeli blockade.
Suffering will increase after the occupation's decision to close the crossings. Frankly, since the beginning of the war, they have been trying to starve us, and we fear that people will starve due to the lack of aid and food supplies. Additionally, people are afraid of the return of war and facing death again. Isn't it enough that the occupation has killed 50 or 60,000 murderers so far?
The Trump administration is fast-tracking another $4 billion in weapons to Israel, including more than 35,000 2,000-pound bombs as well as 4,000 Predator warheads. Secretary of State Marco Rubio signed an emergency declaration that bypasses Congress to expedite the arms shipment. The Trump administration has approved $12 billion in arms for Israel over the past 5 weeks. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is urging the Trump administration to reverse its sweeping cuts to international humanitarian programs, saying it'll make the world less healthy, less safe, and less prosperous.
The consequences will be especially devastating for vulnerable people around the world.
South Africa is one nation that could be particularly hard hit by Trump's foreign aid cuts. An official at the Desmond Tutu HIV Center is warning the funding cuts to HIV projects could lead to 500,000 deaths in South Africa over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, an advisor to the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation said Trump's halt to foreign aid amounts to a, quote, death sentence for mothers and children, unquote. In related news, a high-ranking official at USAID has been placed on leave after warning in a memo that the administration has failed to protect programs that deliver life-saving assistance despite a promise of waivers by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Nick Enrich, USAID's acting assistant administrator for global health, had written a memo, quote, "This will no doubt result in preventable death, destabilization, and threats to national security on a massive scale," unquote. In other Trump news, federal judge Amy Berman Jackson has ruled the head of a key government watchdog was illegally fired. The ruling centered on Trump's firing of Hampton Dellinger, the head of the Office of Special Counsel, which handles whistleblower complaints. In her ruling, Judge Berman Jackson warned against giving Trump a, quote, constitutional license to bully officials in the executive branch into doing his will, unquote. In other legal news, the Democratic National Committee and related groups have sued Trump over his attempt to strip the bipartisan Federal Election Commission of its independence. In immigration news, the Washington Post is reporting the Department of Homeland Security has asked the IRS to hand over detailed information on about 700,000 suspected undocumented immigrants, including their home addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses. According to the Washington Post, the Internal Revenue Service initially refused the request, but the agency's new acting commissioner is reportedly exploring how to comply. Federal law bars the IRS from sharing personal tax information with other government agencies. Meanwhile, President Trump has signed an executive order designating English as the official language of the United States. The move comes weeks after the White House took down the Spanish language version of the official White House website. In Illinois, a jury found landlord Joseph Zuba guilty of murder and hate crimes for killing 6-year-old Palestinian-American child Wadi Al-Fayyoumi and wounding his mother Hanan Shaheen in October of 2023 in the town of Plainfield. He now faces life in prison without parole. After the verdict was announced, Wadi Al-Fayyoumi's father, Ode Al-Fayyoumi, spoke at a news conference, his words translated by CARE Chicago's executive director, Ahmed Rihab.
For me as a father, I feel like I'm discovering Wadi, learning about Wadi more every day. And suffice for me as a father to know that his pride in being who he was as a Palestinian, as a Muslim, as an Arab, and being killed and targeted for that was sufficient for him to live through, even though it caused his death. And that for me, I will always remember him with pride.
Here in New York, former Governor Andrew Cuomo has announced he's running for New York City mayor. This comes 3 years after Cuomo was forced to resign as governor in the wake of 11 accusations of sexual misconduct. Cuomo was also found by a New York ethics board to have improperly used state funds to write his coronavirus pandemic memoir and has been accused of deliberately underreporting and covering up the number of nursing home deaths during the pandemic. Cuomo joins a crowded field ahead of the Democratic primary June 24th as calls grow for New York City Mayor Eric Adams to resign. Adams has been widely accused of accepting a quid pro quo from the White House to enact Trump's immigration crackdown in exchange for the Justice Department pushing for Adams' corruption charges to be dropped. In other news from New York, another prisoner has died. An unnamed 22-year-old at the Mid-State Correctional Facility near Utica was pronounced dead on Saturday. 9 fellow prisoners said the deceased was brutally beaten by prison officers. This comes 2 days after a prison guard union reached a tentative deal with New York Governor Kathy Hochul to end a wildcat strike that started 2 weeks ago. The deal suspended parts of the HALT Act, which limits the use of solitary confinement. 2 other prisoners died during the strike. Iowa's Republican Governor Kim Reynolds signed into law a bill ending civil rights protections based on gender identity, becoming the first state to repeal civil rights protections for transgender people. Last week, protesters flooded the Iowa Capitol in Des Moines to defend trans rights as lawmakers voted to curtail them. Protesters lined the streets of Waitsfield, Vermont, as Vice President J.D. Vance arrived for a ski vacation at the Sugarbush Resort this weekend. Protesters held signs expressing anger at the Trump-Vance administration over everything from its attacks on trans rights, the climate, and Palestinian rights, as well as the pair's treatment of Ukrainian President Zelensky and its mass firing of federal workers. Vance and his family reportedly had to move their stay to an undisclosed location because of the demonstrations. Several protests were also held at the Sugarbush Resort. Protests targeting Elon Musk also took place over the weekend. In New York, 9 people were arrested as they demonstrated outside a Tesla dealership. Rallies also took place in front of Tesla retailers in Jacksonville, Florida, Tucson, Arizona, and other cities as protesters held signs reading messages like "No dictators in the USA." In Los Angeles, hundreds demonstrated at the SpaceX facility in Hawthorne. SpaceX has received billions of dollars in government funding and has been apparently trying to take over a $2.4 billion Federal Aviation Administration contract that had already been awarded to Verizon. Meanwhile, thousands gathered at national parks across the country to condemn the firings of at least 1,000 National Park Service workers and to defend public lands. In New York City, hundreds gathered outside the United Nations headquarters Saturday, demanding the Trump administration cancel next week's huge military drills known as Freedom Shield on the Korean Peninsula.
My name is Neon. With Nododol for Korean Community Development, and I'm here today alongside thousands of Koreans and their allies in the U.S. to declare an end to the U.S.-led Freedom Shield war exercises and to demand an end of U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund endless war in Korea. The Korean War has not ended. We're still in a ceasefire, just like in Palestine, except for Korean history has told us 75 years later, the U.S. is still in our homeland. It's still dividing Korea, so we need to demand a complete end to ceaseless war provocations and war games.
South Korea is the site of Camp Humphreys, the world's largest overseas U.S. military installation. And the Oscars were held Sunday evening. History was made in the Best Documentary category.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
The Palestinian-Israeli film No Other Land won for Best Documentary. The film follows the struggles of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank community of Masafer Yatta to stay on their land amidst violent attacks by Israeli settlers aimed at expelling them. The film was made by a team of Palestinian-Israeli filmmakers, including the Palestinian journalist Bassel Adra, who lives in Masafer Yatta, and the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham. They both spoke at the ceremony, beginning with Bassel Adra, who became the first Palestinian filmmaker to win an Oscar.
Thank you to the Academy for the award. It's such a big honor for the 4 of us, and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forest spill displacements that my community, Masafer Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades and still resist as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
We
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I'm here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And, you know, why? Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe. There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you.
Israeli filmmaker Yuval Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Bassel Adra, co-directors of No Other Land, which just won the Oscar for Best Documentary. Visit democracynow.org to see our interviews with both of them. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give. Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived in Saudi Arabia, where he's scheduled to begin talks with Russia over ending the war in Ukraine. But Ukrainian and European officials have not been invited to take part. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appeared on Meet the Press Sunday.
I will never accept any decisions between the United States and Russia about Ukraine. Never. And our people, never. And our adults and children and everybody. It can't be so. This is the war in Ukraine against us, and it's our human losses.
Zelensky has also rejected a demand by President Trump for Ukraine to give United States ownership of half of Ukraine's rare earth minerals. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting an emergency European summit today in Paris over Ukraine. For the first time, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has offered to send British troops to Ukraine to provide security if a peace deal is reached. This comes amidst a growing rift between the Trump administration and European leaders. On Friday, Vice President J.D. Vance gave a speech at the Munich Security Conference where he repeatedly attacked Europe on a number of issues, including migration and free speech.
And trust me, I say this with all humor. If American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk. But what no democracy, American, German, or European, will survive is telling millions of voters that their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations, their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being considered.
While in Germany, J.D. Vance held a 30-minute meeting Friday with the head of Germany's far-right AfD party. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz rebuked Vance for meeting with the AfD just a week before Germany's election.
That's why we will not accept if outsiders intervene in our democracy, in our elections, and in the democratic formation of opinion in favor of this party, the AfD. That's just not done, certainly not amongst friends and allies. We resolutely reject this.
In news from Capitol Hill, the Internal Revenue Service has become the latest federal agency to be targeted by Elon Musk and his unelected team at DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The Washington Post reports Musk's team is seeking access to an IRS system that contains detailed financial information about every taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country. On Friday, a federal court hearing was held in New York after 19 states sued Musk for illegally accessing sensitive information at the Treasury Department. This is New York Attorney General Letitia James.
No one elected Elon Musk and his minions, and no one has allowed him to have access to this information. This is a violation of the separation of powers. The United States Congress, the United States Senate, has the sole discretion in having the power of the purse, and not Elon Musk.
While the Trump administration and Elon Musk are already facing numerous lawsuits, President Trump Saturday wrote online, quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," unquote. California Senator Adam Schiff responded by writing, quote, "Spoken like a true dictator." The Trump administration submitted its first appeal to the Supreme Court seeking approval for the president to fire the head of the Office of Special Counsel, an independent agency that investigates whistleblower reports filed by government workers. The official, Hampton Dellinger, says his firing was illegal. 2 lower courts have ruled against the Trump administration so far. In its race to purge federal workers, Elon Musk and DOGE fired 350 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration Thursday without realizing many of the workers played a critical role in maintaining the country's nuclear weapons arsenal. The fired workers immediately lost access to their email and were locked out of offices. By Friday, the acting head of the agency rescinded most of the firings, but the agency has had difficulty reaching some of the workers. Senator Patty Murray of Washington and Congressmember Marcy Kaptur of Ohio called the layoffs utterly callous and dangerous, unquote. The Trump administration's also gutted the CDC's Disease Detection Unit and fired hundreds of workers at the Federal Aviation Administration. The Education Department is threatening to cut off all federal funding to schools that don't end all programs related to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, within the next 14 days. The order could impact everything from preschools to colleges and universities around the country. PEN America condemned the sweeping move in a statement, the group saying the administration, quote, seeks to declare it a civil rights violation for educational institutions to engage in any diversity-related programming or to promote any diversity-related ideas, potentially including everything from a panel on the civil rights movement to a Lunar New Year celebration, unquote. In news from the Justice Department, a 7th prosecutor has resigned to protest the DOJ's decision to drop federal corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams in exchange for his cooperation with Trump's immigration crackdown. Hagan Scotton, the acting assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, resigned, writing, quote, "Any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way," unquote. On Friday, Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovee, who is a member of Trump's personal legal team, threatened to fire 30 attorneys in the public integrity section of the DOJ if none of them would file a motion to dismiss Adams' case. After the unit considered resigning en masse, one veteran prosecutor agreed to file the motion in order to save his colleagues' jobs. Earlier on Friday, Mayor Eric Adams appeared on Fox News alongside Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, who openly threatened the mayor.
If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York City, and we won't be sitting on a couch. I'll be in his office.
up his butt saying, where the hell is the agreement we came to? So
I want ICE to deliver, and I want ICE to deliver. We're going to deliver for the safety of the people of this city.
This all comes as calls grow for Eric Adams to resign as mayor of New York. At least 3 of his deputy mayors have expressed their intent to resign. In international news, the fragile ceasefire in Gaza continues to hold despite Israel's ongoing deadly attacks. On Sunday, an Israeli airstrike killed 3 Palestinian police officers near Rafah. This came a day after Hamas released 3 Israeli hostages. In return, Israel released 369 Palestinian captives. 4 of the Palestinians were reported to be in critical condition and needed to be hospitalized immediately. On Saturday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met in Jerusalem with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who called Trump's plan to remove all Palestinians from Gaza as, quote, the only viable plan to enable a different future for the region. Rubio said Hamas, quote, must be eradicated, unquote. This comes as Israel continues to block the entry of tens of thousands of tents and mobile homes for displaced Palestinians in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel's received a new shipment of 2,000-pound Mk-84 bombs from the United States. Palestinians in Rafah denounced the U.S. for continuing to arm Israel.
We left our homes looking for safety, but when we returned, we did not find homes. This massive scale of destruction is not normal, and America is still supplying Israel with weapons for destruction. There is nothing to be destroyed anymore. There are only a few people in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, to be destroyed. It is an ugly crime for America to supply Israel with weapons against the poor citizens like us, and then we return to find no homes or families. This is a crime against the human law and the Islamic and Christian law, and all religions on earth.
In the Democratic Republic of Congo, M23 insurgent Kavu, the second largest city in eastern Congo. M23 in the region marks the group's most significant expansion of territory since its rebellion began in 2022. The Congolese government reported Rwandan troops were also on the ground. This comes as the African Union gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where leaders urged for a ceasefire in the DRC to avoid a regional escalation. In South Africa, Musa Hendricks, a pioneering figure in Islam, was shot dead Saturday. He was considered the world's first openly gay imam. Hendricks was in a car with another person when a vehicle stopped in front of them, blocking their path. 2 unknown assailants then got out of the vehicle and fired multiple shots, killing Hendricks. After coming out as gay in 1996, Hendricks hosted meetings at his home for other LGBTQ plus Muslims, later running his own mosque. This is Musa Hendricks, in his own words, speaking to the Openly channel on TikTok.
I think it's possible to be queer and Muslim or queer and Christian. The representation of faith or religion that was passed down to us, it's one that doesn't include us. And if you really study the religion, and I'm specifically talking about Islam, you will find that our patriarchy has actually influenced the interpretation of scripture. And so it is an important process for queer Muslims who want to remain faithful to their traditions to re-engage with those interpretations and to sort of queering the interpretation. Nobody has a monopoly over faith.
In Western New York, police have arrested 5 people in connection with the murder of a transgender man named Sam Nordquist, who'd recently been reported missing. Police said Sam was, quote, subjected to repeated acts of violence and torture prior to his death. The group, the New Pride Agenda, condemned his killing, saying it was a, quote, tragic consequence of the rising culture of hate in our society, unquote. Here in New York, hundreds of protesters gathered at the historic Stonewall National Monument Friday after the National Park Service removed the letters T and Q from the LGBTQ plus on the monument's website. The move drew condemnation nationwide as an attempt to erase trans and queer people from history. The Stonewall Rebellion was led in 1969, in part by Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson, both transgender activists of color. This is Angelica Christina, trans activist, actor, model, and board member of the Stonewall Inn Gives Back initiative, speaking on Friday.
To my community, to the trans, non-binary, and intersex folks out there, to our youth, I see you. I love you. You are loved.
We love you.
You have a community of people here that love you and see you for exactly who you are, that acknowledge your existence. You are not alone.
In related news, the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the federal agency charged with enforcing workplace anti-discrimination laws, has moved to dismiss 6 gender identity discrimination cases. One of the cases accused Alabama's Harmony Hospitality, LLC, of discriminating against a non-binary employee who was fired hours after the company's co-owners learned of his gender identity. In Miami Beach, Florida, a man's facing 2 charges of attempted second-degree murder for firing 17 shots at another car. The man, Mordecai Brafman, told police he targeted the car because he thought the passengers were Palestinian. It turned out the men who were shot were 2 Israelis, a father and son, visiting Miami. The Florida chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, has called for hate crime charges to be filed in the case. In Kentucky, at least 9 people are dead after a weekend of torrential rains, gushing winds, massive floods that inundated entire roads and homes. At least 1 other person died in Georgia as a powerful storm swept through parts of the southeast. The White House has banned reporters from the Associated Press from the Oval Office and Air Force One after AP refused to adopt Trump's new name for the Gulf of Mexico. Last week, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt publicly rebuked the AP.
If we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is.
And protests against President Trump are being held in all 50 states today. Some are being organized under the banner of Not My President's Day. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, we begin today's show with the legendary Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Seymour Hersh. In 1970, he won the prize for his reporting for the Dispatch news service on the My Lai massacre, when the U.S. slaughtered more than 500 Vietnamese women, children, and old men on March 16, 1968. His reporting in the New York Times on CIA spying on anti-war activists during the Vietnam War era helped lead to the formation of the Church Committee, which led to major reforms of the intelligence community. In 2004, in the pages of the New Yorker magazine, Cy Hersh exposed the Abu Ghraib prisoner abuse scandal in Iraq. Well, last week, he published another bombshell report, but this time on his new Substack page. The piece was headlined, How America Took Out the Nord Stream Pipeline. It looks at one of the great mysteries of the past year. Who is behind the bombing of the Nord Stream pipelines, which were built to carry natural gas from Russia to Europe? The pipelines were severely damaged last September in a series of underwater explosions in the Baltic Sea. In his new piece, Cy Hirsch cites an unnamed source who says the sabotage was carried out by the U.S. Navy, which planted remotely triggered explosives during NATO exercises last September. Hirsch reports the Biden administration began planning the act of sabotage in December 2021, 2 months before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On February 7, 2022, President Biden held a joint news conference with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and Biden brought up the future of the Nord Stream pipeline.
Invades. That means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you we'll be able to do it.
I'll promise you we'll be able to do that. Well, Cy Hirsch reports U.S. Navy divers planted remotely triggered explosives on the pipelines in June while NATO was conducting military exercises in the area. He reports the divers were all members of the Navy and not members of America's Special Operations Command, whose covert operations must be reported to Congress. Then, on September 25th, 2022, a Norwegian surveillance plane dropped a sonar buoy which triggered the C4 explosives that had been placed on the pipeline. Soon after the explosion, the United States strongly suggested Russia was behind blowing up its own pipeline. This is National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan responding to a question at a White House press briefing.
In his speech this morning, the president called the Nord Stream pipeline attacks, quote, a deliberate act of sabotage. And he said now the Russians are pumping out misinformation and lies about it. Should we take that to mean that the U.S. now believes that Russia was likely responsible for this act of sabotage?
Well, first, Russia has done what it frequently does when it is responsible for something, which is make accusations that it was really someone else who did it. We've seen this repeatedly over time. But the president was also clear today that there is more work to do on the investigation before the United States government is prepared to make an attribution in this case.
In the following months, there have been few public disclosures about the pipeline explosion. In December, the New York Times reported Russia had begun expensive repairs on the pipelines, a move which has raised questions about Western claims that Russia had bombed its own pipelines. Meanwhile, some Biden officials have publicly praised the fact that the pipeline was blown up. This is Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Victoria Nuland, speaking during a recent Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing.
I am, and I think the administration is very gratified to know that Nord Stream 2 is now, as you like to say, a hunk of metal at the bottom of the sea.
We're joined now by Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Seymour Hersh to talk more about his new piece, How America Took Out the Nord Stream Pipeline. While the White House has described Hersh's reporting as, quote, complete fiction, calls are growing for an independent probe into the explosion. Cy Hirsch, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can flesh out what it is you found in your report and what first tipped you off, albeit there were a lot of public comments, including the Polish government right after the bombing, saying, thank you, America. Lay it out for us, Cy.
Well, first of all, I think the reporting really can be described as a friend of mine did. What I did was really deconstruct the obvious. I mean, you have to hear what the president said. But of course, there were secret plans that I'm writing about. And they include, there was a committee set up. Jake Sullivan was directly involved. He was the national security advisor, still is. They set up a team to look at options about how to put pressure on the Russian government to back off. I'm getting a bounce in my ears, so this is comical. Can you hear me?
We hear you perfectly. We don't hear the bounce, Cy.
Oh, okay, that's great. I hear it though. Anyway, and so I'm just writing about inside baseball stuff. It's the normal things you do. They set up a committee to think of options. Russia was clearly going to go. The threat the president had yet to make had not been made, and this is December before New Year's Day of the year before, 2021. And the question inside the committee, and it included the usual CIA, NSA, Treasury Department, State Department, you name it, and they met in the secret office building in the across the street from the White House, in the executive office building. The option was, do you want us to do something kinetic or something not kinetic? In other words, not kinetic would be more sanctions, or something kinetic would be, you know, taking out the pipeline, as had been thought about. And an answer came pretty quickly. I would guess Victoria Nuland's statement that you mentioned came actually before the president. It came in late January of last year. And that statement came, at that time, I think the committee involved, a lot of sophisticated people in the intelligence and operation community, concluded you could do it, and the White House was told it was possible. I think that led to the comments, which really, of course, made the people on the inside go half crazy, because it was supposed to be completely covert. But at that place, as I wrote, it was simply described as a classified operation. None of the rules of reporting to Congress were involved. And so they began their planning. They went to Norway, which is a great ally of ours. Norway was one of the original signers of the 1949 NATO treaty. I think 19 nations were involved then. And Norway is a great ally. We have spent, I write about this in some detail in the article, hundreds of millions, probably more, closer to $1 billion or more, upgrading facilities. Norway has a 1,400-mile border along the Atlantic coast that goes from Oslo in Europe all the way up north it runs into the Russian border above the Arctic Circle. So we put a lot of facilities up north there. Synthetic aperture radar, which costs a fortune to monitor the Russian nuclear sites around, and also their military activities around there, up in the other side of the peninsula, in the Kola Peninsula. So they're just our guys, and they're also great at doing other border stuff. And so that's what happened. We did a plan with them. We had to clear it with Sweden and Denmark. I'll leave it to them to decide whether that they were accepted the explanation we were doing exercises in the Baltic Sea for the hell of it. But so far I haven't seen much from either of them. And you know, it's a tiresome game to me. And so what happens is, when I do my story on Substack, I wouldn't even think, I'm embarrassed to say it after all those wonderful years I had at the New York Times, I wouldn't even think you'd take a story like this to the New York Times. They've decided that the Ukraine war is going to be won by Ukraine, and that's what its readers get, and so be it. That's their call. So I just did my reporting, and the miners came from a very facility in a little small town in Florida, and the mining community in the Navy is very secret, and they just do their business. They don't talk. There was perfect people to get, and they practiced it. And as you said, there was a major exercise every summer by the Sixth Fleet, which American Sixth Fleet out of Italy, which also has the operational rights in the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea is a huge place. The pipelines we're talking about, Nord Stream 1, which came alive in 2011, and Nord Stream 2 was actually done, but the Germans that are ready to pump has 750 miles. And they go straight from Russia, which is loaded with all kinds of gas. They're in Siberia. They have enormous reserves, directly into Germany. And I can tell you, Nord Stream 1 was a godsend for the German economy and Western Europe. They produced so much gas at such low prices that the German government was actually able to resell some of the gas the Russians were providing at a profit without Russia objecting. And so the German economy is huge. It's booming. You know, the cars we know about. Germany has the largest chemical company in the world, BASF. And everybody's, right now, it's hell to pay. It's gotten very cold there. There's a lot of anger. And anyway, the purpose...
So I wanted to ask you, in terms of the lack of it always seemed to me when the claims were that potentially Russia had sabotaged its own pipeline, that it was ludicrous to think that that would be so, that they would invest so much money in pipelines and then and then bomb them themselves. But I'm interested in the lack of press attention since the sabotage occurred, and also the lack of congressional attention. I think back to the CIA's mining of the Managua harbors back in the early 1980s under the Reagan administration, when the conservative Republican head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Barry Goldwater, objected and raised concerns that this was a covert operation where Congress was not notified. And then, of course, Congress cut off aid to the Contras. As a result, there was an International Court of Justice ruling against the United States. But in this case, this kind of sabotage, the media seems not to be at all interested in finding out what happened here, as you have, and Congress, there's no one in Congress that's been raising questions.
You listened to the newscast that we just heard as the show opened. One horrible event after another. I think the world's taken a very bizarre turn. I also, it doesn't matter what I think. There's no question there's been a polarization of the press since Trump got in. We're now on two sides, right, left, Democrat, Republican, however you describe it. If you watch Fox News, you don't watch MSNBC, et cetera, et cetera. And if you read the New York Times, you're not going to get what the right wingers, the conservatives have been after the New York Times and Washington Post with their quote-unquote liberal views. So we've got a polarization going. And at this time, we've got a president, a Democratic president, that has done some good stuff domestically, but I can tell you, I'm not understanding the total commitment to Ukraine. And I'm not understanding what I read, because obviously I have access to a lot of people who see things. I've been doing this, Amy, and I've been doing this, writing about covert activities for, am I that old? 300 years. Anyway, the bottom line is, the stories I've been getting about the war, particularly beginning in fall, and that's what gets interesting, have been pretty dire. The Russians, I think the end is just a question of time. Right now, it's a question of how many more people Zelensky wants to kill of his own people. It's going to be over. What happened is the plan was to put the bomb, and I can't answer your philosophical question about why Congress isn't doing anything anymore. Congress is pretty much polarized just as much. And there's also an enormous continuing of hatred of all things in this country, which is foreign policy disagreements are one thing, but it's very personal here, and that's not useful. But anyway, the other, I don't think there's any chance that Putin wants to take over Europe. I don't think he wants to have Ukraine tamed, but he's not interested in doing anything more. But I may be in a minority about that. Anyway, what happens is there was an exercise in June, and it was supposed to. The bombs were put in there under the cover of a NATO exercise. There were a lot of different countries running around with divers and blowing up things. It was an exercise to go find and chase mines. I've never been one before. It actually was whoever in the CIA or the other agencies that thought this up should get a bow, because it was pretty ingenious. So in that exercise, the divers went down, did what they were trained to do. They're very good. C4. A couple hundred, whatever the weight is, bombs enough to blow up most cities, most of the buildings in Washington, and maybe some in New York. Anyway, they did their job, but the president at the last minute hesitated because he was afraid blowing it up right after the exercise would put the finger at us. And then he wanted permission to do it any time, and that caused an enormous trouble in the team. The team was, people are sophisticated in the intelligence services. I know we have cliches about them. We see the movies about them. And the bottom line is, this made sense of them blowing up a pipeline. Blowing up a pipeline. It's actually owned by a division of Gazprom owns 51%. That's all the Russian oligarchs. And 49% of Nord Stream 1 are owned by 4 business groups in Western Europe who farm out the oil. Anyway. They saw the threat as being valid, and if he wanted to do it during an exercise, well, okay. But in September, late September, they got the word, they fixed it so he could, but then they thought it was, I don't know what they thought, but I don't think they thought in late September he would blow up the main pipeline, Nord Stream 2, which is a new one, that had been just built, and it had been sanctioned. It had gas in it. That's why so much leaks. 750 miles of methane gas were sitting in it, but it had been sanctioned by the German government. And so when he did that, here's what Biden did, and this is what I think the ultimate point of the story, and why so many people, even the intelligence community, are very troubled by it. What he did is he said, I'm in a big war with Ukraine. It's not looking good. I want to be sure I get German and West European support, and I know winter's coming, and if it's going to be bad, I don't want the Germans to say we got to check out because we're getting massacred. We'll be massacred with no cheap fuel, and our economy will go bonkers. We're going to check out, and we're going to open up the gas line, which they could do. So he took away that option, and what that has done, as you know, America has been talking about ever since the first pipeline, Nord Stream 1, came online in 2011, and there were years before it was being built. This goes back to the Bush-Cheney years, and as you know, I did a lot of reporting for the New Yorker on those people, that particular gaggle. Anyway, and at that time they began to talk about the threat. The threat of gas, the threat of cheap energy for Europe, was always seen as a threat to make Europe be more palatable or more willing to trade with Russia. We always wanted to isolate Russia. This has been a theme of the last decades.
Well, Simon, but can I ask you also that there are several people, obviously you've gotten criticism at times for many of your exposés, but there are some people who are saying that this particular expose does not have a whole lot of documentation, that it essentially relies on one source one internal source, anonymous source of yours. How do you respond to those criticisms that this is much less documented than previous exposés of yours?
I'll get to that, but let me finish my thought, because it's a very important thought. The fear was Europe would pass away, walk away from the war. And now what he's done, and you have to lift it up a little bit. There you go, there. Now what he's done is he's told Europe, you're second rate. And I think the consequences of this for the Europeans are going to be horrific. This has cut into the notion that they can depend totally on America, even in a crisis. And I think it's going to undercut NATO, which I always found to be supremely useless. But certainly the European countries are going to be, I know people that are paying 5 times as much now for electricity. People are paying 3 or 4 times more for gas. There's not enough of it. It's very expensive. It's colder now than it was in the fall. They had a light fall because of climate change, if you want to believe it or not. And anyway, I think the consequences politically for us are enormous. I think the reason that Biden and his people in the White House have denied the story and continue to deny it and get accepted by some of the press, my old newspaper, the New York Times. I don't know why they're not doing more reporting on this instead of relying on a denial and walking away from the story. Ditto for the Washington Post. I think the consequences politically for us in the long run, looking at even potential, some countries walking out of NATO. If that's what he thinks, that our being cold is less important than him keeping a war going that he's not going to win, it strikes me. As for the source question, I've been doing this so long. I'm not bothered by the fact that the government attacks me and that my old newspaper, the New York Times, hasn't written a word about it. I find it sort of, that's where we are. That's why people like me are in Substack, self-publishing thing. I don't have to worry about censorship or second thoughts. But I don't talk about sources. I just, I'm lucky. I've had for 20 or 30 or 40 years people inside who not only are faithful to what they're doing, but also are not afraid to be critical of it. And so that's the kind of source that, reporters, dream about. And I've had people like that for forever, and I still do. And so there's been a lot of criticism. One of the things I will get to your point about criticism, one of the criticisms is the open source people, OSINT, it's a very big part of the world now. There are people that monitor air traffic and boat traffic and all that, and there's some 2 or 3 different groups have produced statements saying that none of the things they see tracks with my story. And I would say about that, if you're in the in the intelligence community. You've been running covert ops for years, and you're in Norway. We're working very closely with the Norwegians on this, who, by the way, have increased their production of oil to Europe by double it. It was, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's gone up at least double, maybe even more than that, 2.5 times as much now without the pipeline. But certainly, the first thing you look at is how to take care of open source people, make them think what happened isn't happening. I mean, that's so obvious to me, but not to them. And so.
Sai, I wanted to go to what Ned Price said at the State Department. Sam Husseini of the Institute for Public Accuracy questioned the State Department spokesperson about your reporting last week.
I'm sure you're aware of the new report from Seymour Hersh, how America took out the Nord Stream pipeline and the White House's denial of any involvement. Given the longstanding U.S. opposition to the pipeline, Secretary Blinken's calling its demise a tremendous opportunity, and Undersecretary of State Nuland's saying that the U.S. officials were pleased with the destruction of the pipeline, especially the Sweden's secretive investigation. Do you think the U.S. government's denial of involvement is credible?
I absolutely do, and I repeat it here.
Let me follow up on that, if I might. Have you or anybody else at the State Department any communication with German, Norwegian ambassadors or other allies or officials on this matter?
On the matter of Nord Stream 2?
On the matter of the latest allegations, which give a fairly, I mean, it's one anonymous source. It
would not be typical for us to engage allies and partners on something that is utter and complete nonsense and that should be rejected out of hand by anyone who is looking at it through an objective lens. Yes, go ahead.
One more aspect on this. One of the allegations that Hersh makes is that it was taken off the CIA in order to prevent involvement, oversight as a covert operation. Did you read the piece?
I'm familiar with it.
One of his allegations is that it was taken off the CIA.
Rather than let this propaganda be aired in the briefing room, but let me just say it is a fundamental misunderstanding of oversight in our U.S. Congress. Beyond getting his facts entirely wrong, as he has before in very high-profile ways, it is a fundamental misunderstanding to suggest that our intelligence community is not subject to oversight. Anyone who writes that, who writes anything like that, should not be believed on any fact that
he wrote that it was taken off of the CIA and put under military in order to prevent.
Our military is also subject to rigorous oversight.
That's my question.
Yes, the answer is yes.
So that's Ned Price being questioned by Sam Husseini in the State Department press briefing room. Sai Hersh, I'm wondering if you can respond. You wrote an interesting follow-up today on Substack called Crap on the Wall. Now, it's not your words, actually. You're actually quoting the White House when the most bizarre effort came from Defense Department of Donald Rumsfeld, you write. 2 decades ago, Secretary Rumsfeld, Vice President Richard Cheney discarded the rule of law and common decency in their efforts to stomp out Muslim terrorism. I was writing for The New Yorker. You're talking about the Abu Ghraib scandal. The White House responded to an article I published about the CIA's secret operations, inside Iran, by calling it another example of Hersh throwing crap, that was the word used by an Assistant Secretary of Defense, on a wall to see what sticks. Under Barack Obama, you say a senior national security advisor responded Seymour Hersh is a known fabricator, adding the magazine, The New Yorker, could publish that response to any future Hersh story without further checking. Your response to all of this?
Well, my long-gone mother, who came here as an immigrant and loved America more than anybody, particularly about Ned Price's stuff, she would have said he should have washed out his mouth with soap, which is what she actually did to me a few times. So anyway, what can I say? It's, sometimes, I won't say truth, that's true. Sometimes different versions of a story cause problems. The reason I went into that sort of soliloquy about what's going to happen possibly in NATO and Europe about Biden's act of saying to Western Europe and Germany, we'd rather keep our war going, and you can stay cold, is I think it could cause some countries to say, we may be out of here. What do we need NATO for? And American support, when in a crisis, they're
ability to keep our people warm. It also could be, I think the Green Party has done very well in Germany. The chancellor's from the Green Party. I think it's going to lead to widespread conservative movement politically. And the one thing we did after World War II that was fantastic was we rebuilt Europe into a modern democratic plurality society, plural society. I think it could lead to it won't go as far as it did in Italy. We could lead to some conservative victories and subsequent legislations. Because Europe's always had no natural resources. They've always had to rely on others. And the others included us and also Russian gas. And if we want to stop that off, we do it at a political cost. And I think the point I'm making is I'm still going to do more reporting on this because there's still things I need to write about later. I think that this has probably been, in the view of some of the people who did it, one of the dumbest things American government has done in years, and we had 4 years of Trump, And in the long run, I just don't understand why more newspapers, good newspapers like the Times, I still read the New York Times. I don't believe everything they say about Ukraine, but it's still, they've got wonderful reporters there. My attitude towards editors is, if we got rid of 90% of the editors in the world, we'd be much better off. But that's always been, since I was a kid reporter, I thought that. So, I don't care what they say. I mean, if I did, I would weep, because some of the stuff is so dumb. It's just so dumb. And the Biden administration putting Ned Price, he's paid to work. I don't fault him. He actually knows intelligence. He had a career in intelligence, and from all I know, he's a perfectly decent. I know people that know him personally, and he's a fine guy. He's just being told what to say, and he said. Let me just say this. You got to go back to say Tony Blinken. After the bombing in September, he made a speech in which it was a press conference in which he made a gratuitous statement. He said, one good thing is that no more will Russia be able to weaponize gas. And the notion of Russia weaponizing gas with Western Europe to get fame and to diminish our power or our authority or our economic ability for control over Western Europe has been a theme of this country for 2 decades. It's not a new theme. Oil scares the hell. Russian oil and gas always scare the hell out of Washington. Now you're
lastly, the Norwegian government has claimed that one of the ships that you mentioned in your article that was involved in the planning of this or preparation of this was not present at the time of these exercises. What do you make of Norway's denial?
Let me tell you something about Nicaragua if you don't know. One of the things that happened in Nicaragua, the CIA guys operating there would thrill and get excited on their speeches there. And, even in the worst of times, in the Sandinista movement, they would go in their little motorboats off the beaches and shoot flechettes into the beaches and have a contest to see, I shouldn't say the latter. They would just shoot and know they were casualties. They would just do that and have a lot of fun talking about it and bragging about it. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you get into when you have a covert operation. And so the Norwegian government that's just completely, I'm sorry. I dropped something here. The government, not only did that ship have it was in the operation, it also have a compression chamber that had been flown in by the CIA. Now I'm getting the details, I don't want to bother, but the CIA flew in a compression chamber that they put on the ship because it's just a submarine hunter. And the divers at 260 feet, that's the level. The Norwegians found the lowest level, the shallowest part of the Baltic Sea, which is off an island called, it's between Sweden and Denmark. And they practiced there, they had to. And for the divers, it was 260 feet deep where the landmines were. And the pipelines are steel covered, but they're also covered by concrete shields. So it's a serious job to blow them up. And at 260, without a compression chamber, they'd have to go up every 90 feet. They're breathing, it's amazing to me, they're breathing oxygen, nitrogen, and helium. That's pretty amazing to me. And they'd have to go up, now they could just pop up to the surface. So it was called the Alta. The ship was there. I mean, that's just such a stupid lie. But the guys could jump off, And there was no long recovery. At a certain time, they would come up, and the time was fixed. You don't drop explosives like that and then let it go off in 5 minutes. You give a lot of time. You have a timer on it so that the divers could get up to the top, and they come up and they make a pickup. It can happen much more quickly than you think, because it's not in the description of the ship, but on that ship there was a decompression chamber. It had been flown in and planted there, in by the CIA. This was actually a brilliant operation, if you want to know it from the point of view of a classic operation, because they got away with it. And at that point, the purpose was always, let me go back to this, the purpose for doing it is to make the threat credible. But then you have the president and the undersecretary say, within a weeks or two of getting a word that is credible, we can do it. Start blabbing about it. Of course, that was disillusioning to the people involved, but so what? I can't talk about it. You know, you can say it's not true, I invented it, but that's just, look, he did it. And he's going to have up to it. I watch my mail. I watch my Gmail, and I'm seeing every day more and more than I want. I'm seeing more messages from around the world, different countries streaming in. I'm seeing that. I'm seeing something that was, and by the way, on Substack, it was. I didn't know about Substack. It's an amazing platform. They had more than 1 million hits on the thing within a day. Well, I mean, people. What were the messages I got from people? Say, thank God. We missed the kind of reporting that you and others have done. We don't see it anymore. I'm not talking about your showing. I guarantee you, not that.
Well, Seymour Hersh, we want to thank you so much for being with us. The Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist will link to your new piece on your Substack, How America Took Out the Nord Stream Pipeline. And this is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago, where it's Election Day. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show looking at a shocking investigation by the New York Times exposing the forced labor of migrant children as young as 12 at factories across the United States. Over 100 unaccompanied migrant children, mostly from Central America, describe grueling and often dangerous working conditions, including having to use heavy machinery, being subjected to long hours and late-night shifts at facilities that manufacture products for major brands and retailers, such as Hearthside Food Solutions, the makers of Cheerios, Fruit of the Loom, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, J.Crew, Frito-Lay, and Ben & Jerry's. Others were forced to work as cleaning staff at hotels, at slaughterhouses, construction sites, car factories owned by General Motors and Ford, in serious violation of child labor laws. At least a dozen migrant child workers have been killed on the job since 2017, according to the New York Times. The disturbing revelations prompted the Biden administration to announce Monday a wide initiative to crack down on the labor exploitation of migrant children. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre called the New York Times investigation heartbreaking.
At the president's direction, the Department of Labor and the Department of Health and Human Services announced new actions to crack down on child labor violations and ensure that sponsors of unaccompanied migrant children are rigorously vetted. Child labor is abuse, and it is unacceptable. Again, it is unacceptable. This administration has long been combating a surge in child exploitation, and today the Department of Labor and HHS announced that they will create a new interagency task force to combat child exploitation. They will also increase scrutiny of companies that do business with employers who violate child labor laws, mandate follow-up calls for unaccompanied migrant children who report safety concerns to the HHS hotline, and audit the sponsor vetting process for unaccompanied migrant children over the next 4 weeks.
The Labor Department has already launched an investigation into Hearthside Food Solutions, which produces and packages food for other major companies like General Mills, Frito-Lay, and Quaker Oats. Democracy Now! Reached out to Hearthside Food Solutions to invite a company's spokesperson to join us on the program. They declined the request, but sent us a statement to read on air. The statement reads in part, "We take the allegations in the article seriously, have committed to these immediate next steps. We've engaged in a renowned global advisory firm, an independent law firm, to conduct an independent review of Hearthside's employment practices, third-party employee engagements, plant safety protocols, and our standards of business conduct. Following review, we're committed to enhancing our policies and practices in line with our advisors' recommendations," they said. For more, we're joined by two guests. Hannah Dreier is the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter at the New York Times, whose major investigation published Sunday on the front page is headlined, "Alone and Exploited, Migrant Children Work Brutal Jobs Across the U.S." Her follow-up piece published Monday headlined, "Biden Administration Plans Crackdown on Migrant Child Labor." She's joining us from here in New York. You traveled to Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia for the story, speaking to more than 100 migrant child workers in 20 states, Hannah. Can you lay out the scope of this investigation, what you found, and were you shocked by the speed of the Biden administration's response and your evaluation of what that is?
I mean, when I started this reporting, I thought that we might find that some kids were working agricultural jobs, maybe dishwasher jobs. I never anticipated that we would find the scope of children working these really industrial, adult, dangerous jobs in all 50 states. So really what I discovered is, I think, a child labor scandal in this country. We have more and more kids coming over without their parents, and they're being released to situations where they have to pay their own rent, provide their own living expenses. They're under huge pressure to send money back home, and they're ending up in some of the most brutal jobs in this country. So I talked to kids outside of slaughterhouses when they were getting off their shifts at 7 in the morning. I talked to kids who were working as roofers at the top of buildings, kids who had gotten seriously injured. Like you say, we found many examples of kids who had died on these jobs. And it's in the supply chain of, you know, so many corporations. At the end of this reporting, I just felt like it was inescapable. Like, so many of the things that I personally consume, like Cheerios, have this labor somewhere in the supply chain. And yeah, I mean, the response was overwhelming. We were told that the Biden administration worked over the weekend, and Biden approved these changes like on Sunday afternoon, the day after the story ran. It's really gratifying. The people who I'm talking to believe that there's still a lot to be done, but some of these changes really do seem like they will start to address this problem.
And Hannah, in your investigation, how recent is this development? In other words, there was enormous pressure following the end of the Trump administration to remove unaccompanied minors from detention facilities. Is this a recent phenomena, or has this been building for years now?
This is something that I think has been building for maybe the past 10 years. And part of it has to do with the changing nature of the children who are crossing the border. 10 years ago, there were far fewer children, maybe 6,000 children a year. Now we're seeing 150,000 a year. And those children were often coming to reunite with their parents. So they would cross the border and be released to a parent who often would take care of them. Often that parent would have paid to have them brought up. And now what we're seeing is it's much more common for parents to be sending these children, and the children are under pressure to send back remittances. So the dynamic of who's coming has changed, and we've also seen a labor shortage. We've seen a couple dynamics that have sort of created a perfect storm for this phenomenon to really explode since 2021. And what the people who work with these kids out in the field are telling us is that they've seen this huge shift in the last 3 years. Middle schools, where every 8th grader in the last 3 years has started working. Federal investigators who used to focus on sex crimes and are now instead focusing on pulling 12 and 13-year-olds out of factory jobs. It's been sort of a slow shift, and then in the last 2 or 3 years, it's really rapid change.
And your story indicates that HHS Secretary Javier Becerra did put enormous pressure on other government agencies as well as his own agency to move the unaccompanied minors out of the detention facilities. How do you assess the role of Secretary Becerra?
You know, a lot of advocates, a lot of people in the immigration world were really excited about Becerra and about the change that they thought might happen at HHS after the Biden administration took over. But what happened was there was this huge crunch at the border where all of a sudden children were sort of getting piled up in jails that are run by Customs and Border Protection because there wasn't enough capacity in the child welfare organization that's supposed to take care of these children, that's Health and Human Services. So there was suddenly all of this media attention to kids sleeping on the floor, sleeping under those silver space blankets. And what people inside HHS say is that Becerra started putting immense pressure on them to discharge these kids more quickly. So every day would start with a call, and the call would be, how many kids have been discharged from care today? How many kids are still there? And what people who work at all levels of that agency say is that created a situation where kids were being pushed out too quickly to people who weren't vetted. And a lot of people inside the agency told me, you know, he would always say, why can't we run this like an assembly line? We need to be more efficient. Henry Ford would never have gotten rich if he had run his assembly lines like this. And I was very skeptical. I mean, that's a really intense thing to say when you're talking about the most vulnerable children in this country. But somebody eventually leaked us a video of him sort of berating staff and saying that on tape. So I think he himself is probably under a lot of pressure, but there's a lot of disappointment within the agency and among immigration advocates about how that's been handled.
Hannah, I'd like to ask you about the children. If you could tell us some of their stories, that's really the heart of your story, as you talk about Christian, who works in a construction job instead of going to school, 14 years old. Carolina, who packages Cheerios at night in a factory. Talk about each of them, and also how you found them. How difficult was it for you to find them?
I mean, these kids were not hard to find, and I think that's part of what you're seeing with these Department of Labor reforms. Inspectors just have not been looking for them in a proactive way. I went to different cities and towns, and usually the next day, I already was speaking to children who were working these illegal, exploitative jobs. I talked to Christian in southern Florida. He was living in a house full of other unaccompanied minors, other kids who'd come across the border without their parents. All of them were working full-time. None of them had gone to school. Christian had come when he was 12, 2 years ago, and immediately, the next day, started working full-time in construction. He told me that he doesn't know how to read, and he would like to learn English, would like to learn how to read, but he can't go to school because he has a debt to pay off. He has to pay rent. And I went to a construction site and talked to him as he was putting the roof on a building. And he told me he had already fallen twice that year. He was working with power tools. He was just sort of balancing precariously on the edge as he was trying to bend some rebar. And, I mean, he's a child. It's not what he wants to be doing, but he was released to this situation, and there's just sort of no support there for him to get out of it. And in Michigan, I talked to a lot of children who were working in a factory packaging Cheerios. They also packaged Lucky Charms and Cheetos. And these are kids who were in school. I met them at school. And some of the kids I met at school told me, oh yeah, we have to leave early now because we have to go to our factory job. And I was just shocked. But I went to this factory, and sure enough, there they were walking out after the shift. And this is a place where you're working with really industrial machinery. The machines have sliced off people's fingers. One woman who was doing this kind of work was pulled in by a hairnet, and her scalp was ripped open. I mean, it's a serious adult kind of place to work. And these kids are balancing it with, 7 days of school as well. So they're exhausted.
And tell us about Neri Quetzal from Guatemala, how they met their sponsor. Again, these children are here legally. And then talk about the children who have died.
I mean, I think that's such an important point. These are not undocumented children. They're not children who snuck in and nobody ever found out about them, and now they're sort of living a subterranean life. These are children who turned themselves in at the border, usually asked for asylum, and were released to live with somebody who the government thought would protect them. The government can't release them unless they're sure that it's a trustworthy adult who is taking these kids on. And in some cases, they're being released to complete strangers. So in Mary's case, he met a man on Facebook when he was 13. The man said that if he wanted to come to the U.S., he would help him, he would let him go to school. And instead, Mary shows up, the man picks him up from the airport, and immediately hands him a list of debts that this kid now has. So he's charging him thousands of dollars for his journey to this country. He charged him for filling out the paperwork that he had to send to the government in order to get him released. He charged him $45 for the dinner of tacos that they had that night. And then he told Mary that he had to go find his own place to live, find a job, and start paying back this debt. And, you know, Mary doesn't speak any English. He's never worked. He was in school when he was in Central America. And we've seen the text messages between him and this man. The man starts threatening him and saying, "You don't matter to me. I'm going to mess you up." He threatened Mary's family. And these kids are just on their own in these situations with you know, very little resources and very few ways out.
You mentioned that federal inspectors just generally are not looking for these kinds of violations, but I'm sure that several of these workplaces that you went to were unionized in one degree or another. Is there any sense on your part that the organized labor movement was, that leaders in some of these places were aware of this, and because they could certainly complain and therefore trigger some kind of an inspection?
So many of these children are coming in through staffing agencies. I had initially thought that the unions would be a really important resource in this reporting. And when I went to them, they told me, no, there's no children here. You know, we have these other sort of workplace issues. But then in some cases, I would go back to the same workplace and see children on the night shift. And I think part of what's going on here is there's sort of two labor streams. There are the official employees, and those are people who have to provide government IDs. There's a lot more regulation and protection. And then there are these kids who come in through the staffing agencies. And that's like a total free-for-all, where the staff people who work at the staffing agencies have told us that they know they're sending children who work there. They're not just to go to school and they're really there to work with nature, to do much more with the inner job, and with the helping to physical safety. So what we found is something to do with who are working jobs that not just be that are legal to children. In some cases, children got saved up with in one case, and also the field itself, which was the first day given his brother. During the first day, I was he was living in the another case senior director of government relations for the American Immigration Lawyers Association.
I wanted to ask you in terms of the response of the Biden administration. This is certainly one of the fastest responses by a government agency to an expose that I can recall. Your sense of what some of the proposals are of the Biden administration to address the issue. So the announcement by the administration are a lot of would need to be that they put the announcement. By and large, they're talking about here is the services investigation of these set of situations and also improving the screening and setting of families that respond to these children. Because they're always working to take care of the children after they're released from government custody. And then in addition, after these children are released, what kind of services are going to be given to these children to protect them? Living there, but it's their the federal government get into this kind of understand what is the experience given the fact that crime statistically that the number of children in the United States, particularly in Central America, has increased dramatically from 13,000, 14,000 a year. Now there's these children were fleeing institutions. And many of them are fleeing systems in the United States because of the challenge of the border and because the United States has made it much more difficult to seek asylum. And when they get here, if they don't have stable and legal release, that's asylum, they're going to be afraid to report the wild fears in the U.S., including labor violations. But the Trump Homeland Security to do and the Biden administration is to look at asylum access for the damn children and for other people who are coming here seeking protection. And just briefly, because we have less than a minute on the subject, but I wanted to ask you in terms of the penalty that employers and the staffing agencies face. Just last week, the Department of Labor found that something called Tucker Sanitation Service will give 102 children as young as 13 years old working across 8 states, and it only got a $1 million fine. Yeah, so the important thing here is the investigation to ensure that it can be imposed. Congress can look at that. But also urge immigration systems overall. The fact that these states are more restrictive, those who can register and to the Biden is putting more law and we haven't had Congress reform only big either system in 30 decades, 30 years, where people start to think that the pathway needed to have state agencies who have thousands of millions of people who are living here, including children, who have been in this status. Anybody who has come to this status doesn't have to live in this status.
Well, thank you so much for being with us, Gregory Chen, the American Christian Association, and Kenny Breyer, who is superb alone and exploited. Just doing the few lines from that to underscore when HHS, homeowners are telling them what happened to the political responses, labor came by the country over the last 2 years. The agency could not reach more than 85,000 children. Overall, the lost immediate with a third of migrant children.
There is chaos happening right now as the government shutdown is ruling. I think the same story that we tell every single time that watching public events. He claims to be a minority about wanting to be a majority. As soon as he has the ability to be a majority, we show with broadcast to the entire country that they are incapable of governing. Let me show you a quick clip of Hakeem Jeffries just said. Keep in mind that Republicans and Democrats have negotiated a continuing resolution, PR, that would basically give the government, it's basically a stopgap funding measure. Negotiated Donald Trump and Elon Musk stepped in, having decided that in fact they need too much Democratic priorities, and so they have to make it more severe as they cut stuff like $190 million to funding of childhood cancer research. That was apparently the proposal that was so important that Republicans decided that they needed to strip it out of the funding bill. So all of the negotiations fell apart. I'm going to show you a little bit of what Hakeem Jeffries has done. So he said the Johnson proposal is not serious, it's laughable, extremely bad Republicans are driving the shutdown, and that warranted disrespect from Elon Musk himself. He came out and said, first of all, I'm not the author of this proposal. Credit to Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Steve Johnson. We'll get back to that in a moment. Secondly, this is a much better bill that's supposed to be a real continuing resolution, not an omnibus masquerading. So with support for hurricane victims and farmers, as well as suspension to Gaetz and clean simple, but this is a suspension, by the way, for 2027. Donald Trump doesn't want to have to be accountable to anybody. Tax cut that would help you guys Elon Musk. So, if Democrats, here's the best part, rejected and the government shut down, they deserve to take time in the country. The Democrats are not the majority. If the Democrats don't help Republicans, that's not their priority. Their priority is not making sure that they bail out the Republicans in the majority. In fact, to that point, I'm going to show you a few other tweets that Elon Musk has done. Let's see if we can find post. Objectively, the majority of the Republican House members voted for the spending bill, but only 2 Democrats did. Therefore, the government shutdown is obviously the fault of Representative Jeffries and the Democratic Party. plain and simple, this is because the new negotiated Trump must continue failed to pass the House. 38 members of the Republican Party voted against it, and yet Elon, with his big brain, his big smooth brain, brand new to politics in this country, has decided that even though the Republicans are in the majority, that somehow, because the Democrats didn't vote for a Republican bill, while Republicans were in the majority, that a impending government shutdown is the fault not of the governing party, not of the majority party, but of the Democrats. Makes perfect sense. Checks out. And so now Elon is trying to level that keyboard into the zeitgeist, this idea that if the Democrats don't bail out the Republicans and help them govern, even though they're the ones in the majority, that somehow a government shutdown is the Democrats' fault. And he's been tweeting this on repeat. Shame on Representative Jack Jeffries for rejecting a fair and simple bill that's desperately needed. Again, it's not Jeffries' fault to bail out the Republicans. They are in the majority. They want the majority. If you run to the majority, if you run to the majority, and then you get the majority, then you need to be responsible for getting your own party to pass your own bill. If you want to be the majority, go exercise the power that the voters have given you. Learn how to fucking govern. I don't know what else to say. Here's another one. Super fair and simple bill was put to a vote, and only 2 Democrats in Congress were in favor. Therefore, responsibility for the shutdown rests squarely on the shoulders of Representative Jeffries. Again, conveniently left out the fact that 38 Republicans in the majority party also voted against it. It's not the responsibility of the Democrats to bail out the Republicans. Republican parties in the majority party is not the majority. Learn how to wield power. I don't know what else to say, but people are going to say, I think one of the things that's going to happen. Either people and his supporters are stupid enough to buy this bargain-based political analysis, or Elon himself is stupid enough to have manipulated himself into believing the analysis that he's sending out. So either way, not great. Either this guy himself is dumb enough not to be able to understand that Republicans are in the majority and therefore they need to be able to govern, or he just has so much contempt for those supporters that he's out there saying that somehow it's on the Democrats, it's the Democrats' responsibility to prop up the Republican Party to the majority. Look, that's the funniest part about all this is that Republicans are so whining from the minority that they don't know what it looks like when they take the majority and still don't know how to govern. Their gut instinct is just to blame the left. You guys have control. In fact, in a few days, you're going to have control of everything. And then you and I both already know that the first thing that the Republicans are going to do when they don't manage to come together and figure out how to govern is to blame the left. Like, they don't have control of anything. They won't have control. They don't have control. They won't have control of anything. And yet, somehow, mark my words, click this piece right here. The moment that Republicans fail to wield their power effectively, the moment that Republicans fail to govern in this country, they will blame the left. It happens every year. They do not want power. They want people blind. That is where they're sexual. That is their safe space. That's what they need. And yet, in rare instances where they stumble into the majority, they are showing us they have flawed that they're capable and unwilling to govern. They actually are. And so what we're going to see now is an interminable effort from the GOP here, knowing that a government shutdown is not only likely, but probably imminent at this point. What we're going to see here is a 24-hour effort here to consider Republicans, who, again, I might remind you, are in the majority, who control the gavel, who have a Republican speaker, for them to blame the Democrats because the Republicans didn't know how to get their shit together and pass a bill to keep the government open. This happens every single time. They don't know how to govern. They are a party steeped in chaos and destruction. That is their brand. We cannot be surprised when they put their brand into good use and show to a full display of that, yet for the fact we run people who promise chaos, what you're going to get is chaos. We don't want that. This is what we get. Black clowns. If you want to share a really good video summer movie that I think would in perspective to look at it. Well, I forgot after voting down the half-baked, one-sided budget bill. Let's talk about that again. First, no, don't have Republicans agree on a bipartisan budget bill to keep the government open. The President Trump and Donald Trump decided they wanted to shut the government down for fun. So now to shield themselves from letting House Republicans have to stand this ballot, one-sided, not definitive. About paving the way for tax cuts for the wealthy, or gutting Social Security and Medicare, and slashing political programs like drug price reform and cancer research. It's supposed to be that whole council museums accountable for their prescription drug price and we authorize to strengthen programs that serve vulnerable seniors and children and workers. Republicans are not serious about coming together to an agreement that keeps the government open and serves the people. They want a shutdown. And let me tell you what that'll actually mean. There's a lot of disinformation out there, especially on Twitter. A shutdown is implication with everything from food on the table to state holiday travel. In PA 12, almost 6,000 federal workers furloughed are productive. And these are just faceless government employees. They're our neighbors. They're the ones who are making sure that our grandparents get their Social Security check, and veterans can access their health care, and families can get housing. Getting into the holidays, they're being asked to keep everything running without a paycheck. Over 2,000 people in our district, 2,200 of them babies, would lose access to WIC benefits if this shutdown is directly. These kids would do without food. These families are wondering how they pay for farming. Think about holiday travel. Air traffic controls and TSA agents would still be working, but without pay. That means workers would be called off, which would be water. It's a whole lot less security. A shutdown means families could miss out on being together for the holidays. And Republicans delay government funding that we're still recovering from the hurricanes and floods will be left to fend for themselves in the middle of a crisis. But that means West Carolina, that big Republican stronghold, that's defend for yourself. That means one in airports when you're trying to travel, that's defend for yourself. I mean, over and over and over. I'm not too lucky because I think this is very effective, but I feel like it highlights the ways in which Republicans come one thing when they're taking off, they want to make it cheaper, they want to make life easier, they'll come forward and blame mayor for not preventing a train around. These things are, we can predict what's going to happen right now. We can predict how travel is going to be fucked over the next 2 weeks, the busiest travel period of the year. Because the places are not only enabling it, but actually encouraging it by virtue of going through responsibly the impending shutdown. Here is Elon Musk and Donald Trump spreading disinformation. He says a shutdown doesn't actually stop political process. You have easy to say when you're worth $100,000 and you don't have to worry about it. Most other places, they're hopefully no, the former bill didn't fund a bipartisan plan. It funded preparedness. And there wasn't a bill in for stadium. It was just a transfer control for a new site. No, the bill didn't shield anyone from the community. Must go for obvious to distract you from the real harm that is on your cross. These wasn't a moral document. They show what others got. And let me tell you, no has ever fought for their own not for definitely not or Trump. So it's up to us. Keeping the government open and yes, passing a bill that actually put in it money for the services that we need is what we need right now. We cannot allow them to distract us. We have to focus on ensuring that people have real representation in Congress rather than fulfilling the all of our needs as political projects. And let's really I mean, that really puts things into full perspective. A lot of their apparent opposition to this bill was based on straight up bullshit. I mean, a lot of the things that Elon Musk, when he was on his 20-hour tirade against the continuing resolution that Democrats and Republicans negotiated together, Elon Musk claimed that the bill would fund bioweapons labs. Claimed that the bill would prevent an investigation into those who investigated January 6th. This is not true. At that moment, he claimed that it would allow for 40% raise for members of Congress. Not true. Like all of his opposition is predicated on straight bullshit, straight lies, straight disinformation. So I was so dumb that he called for anything, any idiot account out there that he verified on Twitter tells him, or he was just taking any excuse to take this bill. I don't know if he wants to show that he can be power as the new president, and maybe don't let him get some attention too. But ultimately, this is about what president. As going back to that aside, the bill saying that he didn't want to go that because it would prevent investigation into those who can't criminally investigate those who investigated January 6th. You as a member of Congress to investigate things in Congress, discuss things in Congress, anything in Congress, and that's codified in the U.S. Constitution. You can't be investigated for participating in a subcommittee in the January 6th subcommittee. These people are so fucking. I'm sorry. Like I know that's not the most time to say that, but these people are so stupid that they would think that somehow we can't pass a bill that would prevent our ability to investigate these things. You're not going to be able to investigate. There's no criminal investigation. You have immunity as a member of Congress. It's called speech and debate. It's in the Constitution. So I don't get what these things are going to do. This is to prosecute Liz Cheney and Smith for sitting on the January 6th committee. Read the Constitution. No judge can do this. And any Republican who says that this stuff will go forward has no idea what they're talking about. They're just throwing out red. They're that dumb. So I think it's all the time. People think that Republicans, the Democrats, Republicans have more things with their own supporters than anybody else on God's here. Someone showed up here. Is the audio? Let me know if the audio is real messed up on that. What was the call? And as a result, somebody's going to have to lose their job. I don't think that they could have made it out. That's my prediction, not the house. If I'm correct in that, and I think I'm really full, there's outside of it. And I think it's the other it makes it bigger the best moment for a the other one is the speaker. It's like, talk about a sales party. What basically happened here, Democrats and Republicans negotiated a resolution that would have had the ability to pass. Elon decided to flex his muscles and say, I'm going to kill this bill. Went on a 20-hour tirade about how it's bad, all based on lies, what I told you before. Then, they put a bill that was palatable for President Elon and Donald Trump, his associate, onto the floor. Failed to garner support from even close to enough Republicans to get passed. 38 Republicans voted against it. Their opinion started to have enough votes in their own party. They didn't. And so, in response to Elon flexing his muscles and failing which will very likely for government shutdown, Mike Lee is saying that in fact, communicating Elon what really needs to happen, he needs to be promoted to Speaker of the House. My God, these people are massive. They're so enthralled with the prospect of failing and showing how incompetent and disastrous they are. That if somebody runs the ground loud enough and hard enough, So that's where things right now are concerned as far as advocates for the Republican Party is concerned. Because I generally would look at this stuff and think that I would think normally that we always worry that the government will shut down at the 11th hour and stay open. I do not know that the government will care to stay open in this environment right now. And that is pretty dire ramifications for people who rely on government paycheck policy. Today, Congress came into office on the pretense that it's going to help working people, right? So all those people who work at TSA, all those people who work any of the hundreds of thousands of people who collect government paychecks, who are working class people, who have families to care for, who have rent people, who have food to buy, those people are shit out of luck, have to be willing to work without paying, government to shut down. A billionaire, the richest man in the world, didn't like that what? $190 million is going to fund childhood cancer research? Are you fucking kidding me? That's one of the things that's kicked out of this bill. I mean, it really is insane at this point. Here's Elizabeth Warren. Senator Jeffries is exactly right. It's laughable. Because the Republicans are saying, what is the way the Republicans but the Democrats should have gotten out there and saved their starting gun and actually pushed through a deal, which is nuts. The Republicans can't come together because they can't stick to the deal they originally negotiated. And this leadership. So that's it. Again, I promise you, for those of you who are watching this, I promise that the next 24 hours is going to be Republicans desperately claiming that the reason there's an impending government shutdown is because Democrats would come across the aisle and save Republicans' tax. Again, I have to remind you for the 100th time, it is not the Democrats' responsibility to fail at the Republicans are the majority party. The Republicans have the gavel. The Republicans have the House. It is not on the Democrats to figure out how to help the Republicans govern. They want the majority. They got the majority. Again, it is their responsibility to decide how to govern. I don't know what we have to say to get that through the Republicans. The Republicans can help the Democrats, and the Democrats are the majority. But I guess because the Democrats are only the votes, it's just basically the case that when Republicans can't get their acts together, it's just on the Democrats to stupid and bail these people out. Look, they're not children, the Republicans. They are grown men. They should both be men. They should know how to work. They should know how to do their job. And again, it's not on the Democrats to and save them because they decided to elect an idiot. They're people of us, and this group of associates with Donald Trump to run government. So I don't know what to get that through to the GOP. And then of course we stop it. Just tuning in, is it spending bill? This is a bill that would allocate spending to keep the government open. The government will run out of funding tomorrow. December 6th. So they have to figure out how to raise the debt ceiling and continue paying for things. No more payments allowed. Anything that works for the government doesn't get paid anymore. There are TSA agents who are not going to get paid. That means people are going to fall out. A lot of traffic to pay airports to travel to the entire country at the holidays. We take private jet everywhere. Didn't like how continuing resolution didn't like the priorities that it was. We'll pull that up, by the way. Republicans spent $190 million pediatric vaccine give his kid Section 21 researching pediatric research of drugs, additional authorities, tools, and drug administration authorities, regularly targeted commercial drugs. I mean, my And here is Samsung, for the, there you have it, new bill removes funding to the bipartisan $190 million, small drop comparatively, and yet, massive cancer research is now gone. It will need to be passed other points that we don't pass at all. And more specifically, this is the Gabrielle Pediatric Research Program and African Cancer Food Bipartisan Achievement for Barack Obama. What is it to 2033, so almost a decade. And now we're not sure if it's going to come back at all. Here's Tommy for showing people $10 million research funding authorization for the first research act. Talked about the Give Kids a Chance Act, provide pediatric studies, cancer drugs, the innovation health act, provide financial benefits for drug companies do not compete that require pediatric studies. So right now, even though they're not nuclear for these drug companies, they are required by law to pediatric studies because it's the right thing to do. Because they pay back to them, the government requires them to do this because otherwise they incur. Because this forces them for innovation, so it's not lucrative. It is a good thing because we need for the few kids who do have to do this stuff, we want to make sure that the drug companies are finding that's it. Accelerating access to care, treatment, and safe treatment and medical benefits to so just like this was all of the things who were suckered in that shows there's going to be some brilliant plan to combat government congratulations that the first thing the government did was the $190 million for the child cancer research. I mean, what are we doing? And I'll bet that they will die out of the defense. So we'll see, the same $1 billion in defense budget, but thank God those cancer didn't get any funding because otherwise we would have a with that. Now that I grown up, if you have questions in the chat, and I will do my best to answer. These things that we have another good one. Negotiating with the point. No one negotiate. So the Republicans can't get their opponent. And until they can, there's nothing to do. We have a deal. You have put it on the table. You know what? The Republicans can't. Go back over there and say, can this deal that has been negotiated, it was tough because it would have bipartisan support. And it would I predict it would pass the Senate and we will conduct. Because the Republicans would rather fight it, would rather because they're only doing the civil, the greatest I actually think it's very smart to make sure that leading the Republican Party and not I think that should need that not only but because reality he did who shot off, I don't know, over 100 people that have that continuing resolution that's already been voted. That would have kept circulation through the holidays, the one that would have proved that Republicans who are again in the majority in the House would actually perform the most basic functions of government. And yet, thanks to him, that all fell by the wayside in deference to a bill that the support of the entire Republican Party. That is not a that is not exactly shining achievement by the president. So I do think that things to credit to be giving the Republicans do it. Julian, with other, you know, definitely appreciated the support and legacy that's dropped the ball, continuing to drop the ball. Jeff Bezos immediately going down for a lot of not the version of saying that it's still Mika, same thing, whether it's ABC giving 15 million dollars of the definition better in the case they absolutely want. Offered and on really nice to say that Intel was the umbrella company sci-fi there's a company and they and the guy who's overseeing Intel was looking in terms of wanted to invite more conservative voices in. I think for the founding one by one by one, I think they're not going to vote that the challenge. Trump is using and then Trump on the order thought that is more important than get back to where nations work access to our legacy media is behind these slogans that the democracy died and that was all well good in that challenge. But the minute that this got actually challenged, meaning the minute that there was the opportunity to stand up for counter that all fun, they folded like a launch. I mean, it really was. It came out again. Your slogan is not just that. Owners give $1 million to Donald Trump for to have a big party. Really good. Science. The folks pay attention to how the media covers this shutdown, dealing with equivalent or verbal ambiguity. For example, shutdown response by Washington gridlock rather than GOP incompetence. Perfectly put. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. Be on the lookout for what the media does every single time. Playing with these nebulous forces. You can't see why it's actually happening, but gridlock is occurring in a factory. We don't know how. It's just easier. It's just a product. It's omnipotent product. We're just in it, as opposed to just acknowledging who is responsible, meaning the Republicans. By the way, the Republicans know how to gain the election. And it's not the most around saying it's talking to Jeffrey's fault, talking to Jeffrey's fault, talking to Jeffrey's fault. Talking to Jeffrey is not a majority. The Democrats are not in the majority. But Republicans keep this idea enough that if the Democrats fault, the Democrats like Republican fault, what's the media going to do? Unless they decide, God forbid, not because they align themselves with the Democrats and we call for liberal media, but so instead they'll just call balls and strikes and they'll just present themselves as these neutral arbiters who aren't capable of discerning facts and fiction, and they'll just say, gridlock ensued. And we don't know how we got here or who's at fault, but we're
day it'll pay off for them, and all of that goodwill will come back. The Republicans will be nice to them, and won't call them kind of reward them with some news or an interview. Just doesn't happen. Answer to this: when was the last time you saw Republicans breaking news on mainstream media? When was the last time you saw Republicans do a juicy interview on mainstream media? When was the last time you saw Republicans get some people go to Breitbart or Daily Wire or Dan Von Teese, Megyn Kelly or Ben Shapiro? Like, it just doesn't. So still, mainstream media bends over backwards so that it can put all the goodwill on Republicans and hope that this elusive reciprocation that just never arrives. But it is loosely throwing the football away. It's brought over and over and over again. This is the perpetual cycle that we're in. And frankly, this is why I'm so fed up with what legacy media has done. Because for them, they just don't. They never learn it. And so they really need to be where independent media will thrive. Because people can see through the bullshit, but because they want to preserve some degree of access, the things can change their lives. Anyway, here's my job. We can always say something to bring up a collective blood pressure. That's what I'm going to do after every 30 minutes. I'm going to go off the rails for 30 minutes and then immediately bring our collective blood pressure down. Now, I think now we have a public, this is giving public credence to the idea that when I say that this dog is an actual emotional support animal, it is an actual emotional support animal. Because what we had a few moments ago, now what we have is with the dog. And so there is an actual my mental health, the thin string that my mental health is hanging on by is this dog right here in the hands of a 13-year-old chihuahua. For those who don't know him, this is Aspen. All that is keeping is tethered to reality. It's tethered to some semblance of mental health. All right, we'll do a couple of I will only be taking questions about the dog for the last 5 minutes. If anybody's just tuning in, you want to the rant, all that. Only dog stuff. So comment from you. I said yesterday in yesterday's live stream, those looking for comments. He is full bark, completely quiet. That's his recipe, by the way. Completely quiet. The only thing he does bark is when he hears the doorbell or knocking at the door. And I'll tell people this today. For those who didn't hear yesterday, I live in LA. It's a real weird culture, but I didn't realize it's weird like that. LA, but the dogs go everywhere. I bring in supermarket, I bring in just and everywhere. Dogs are going here like 10 times. And the last time we were watching Insidious, in theaters, and the doorbells have to lock apartments, and doorbells rang, he's barking, people in front of you are like, it turns on the movie theater. So yes. Anyway, we'll get on now, but anybody wants to bring my doorbell. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, with that said, I will leave it there. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for bearing with me on the rant here. Please keep an eye out for what Republicans are doing, which is going to be bringing Democrats to preserve, which is going to be Democrats for a shutdown. And remember, that Democrats don't control the House. Democrats don't have the House. Republicans are in charge. They want the power. They want the government. A lot of Democrats fault that they're not failing. Republicans want the power. They want to control it. They ran out. They got it. Now they so the next 12 hours.
Hey. Huh? All right. Let's go. We're going to get. All right. So we're gonna go buy a used phone. A new phone. What are we doing, Mikey? Let's talk about this. You don't like AI, Mikey.
Well, we can get iPhone 14.
Yeah.
Not used.
Why not? Why can't you buy?
Used.
Huh? All right. Let's do it. All right. But you have to watch your data and stuff. Don't be doing big thing. Fuck, dude. Can't believe this. How many does it have the free 2 years anymore? You know that, right? Huh? Get away with it. I have to buy you I have to buy you a phone.
The EU in particular has been very violent in its lawsuits against our companies, and frankly, very violent and very big to our airlines. So I've got the calls from the heads of airlines saying they stop in Europe and they get sorts of taxes that they never get heard of. They stop and they get fined and charged, and they do it only with American companies and not doing it to other countries. So we're stopping it. And we have another thing, we have another step to go, and if they don't shape up.